and welcome to the City of Mason, October 25th, 2021. This is our regular business meeting of council. It is absolutely a delight to see you all here tonight. As is our custom, we will start with attendance, our roll call, and we'll follow that with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get on to the other items in our agenda. Lisa, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Councilmember Chance?
Here.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Present.
Councilmember Stricula?
Here.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Here.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Here.
Mayor Grossman?
Here. All right, we have one of our wonderful chaplains here tonight to lead us in prayer. Is he here? There he is. This is our chaplain, Bob Myrtle. He's here to lead us in prayer. So if you could stand with us, and then we'll break into the pledge together.
Thank you, Mayor. Almighty and glorious Father, we praise you and bless your holy name. Thank you for being our infinite source of goodness, peace, love, and wisdom. By your grace and mercy, we have freedom, we have hope, and we have the promise of salvation. You have blessed us with life, liberty, and the opportunity to pursue a life of happiness. We give thanks for our great nation, the state of Ohio, and the city of Mason. We thank you for the freedom we have to assemble this evening in council chambers. Thank you for our military and veterans, our law enforcement, fire and medic personnel, the leaders, the schools, the businesses, city council, and all the citizens that make Mason a great place to live and raise a family. We call on you this evening to pour out your blessings on every person, every heartbeat in this room. Let your light permeate our hearts. Your love lifts us up. We acknowledge the pain and hurt in these chambers. We ask for your mercy and comfort for anyone who feels lonely and isolated. We pray for your protection for those who suffer from any type of abuse. Show them your love. Teach us your compassion. Send us wisdom. Teach us to cherish and to care for family and friends until God calls them home. Help us never to see others as burdens. You made a way for us where there seemed to be no way. We pray today that you would breathe new life into us. We pray you would increase our empathy, compassion, and love for our neighbors, no matter their age, race, ability, background, or need. We pray we would be people whose hearts echo your own heart for your people. Be our strength, Holy Spirit. In spite of the various challenges we face, we remain steadfast in you because we believe that you will always make a way for us. Jesus declared, I am the way, the truth, and the life. We know our hearts are restless until they find their rest, which happens when we trust in you. Lord, you've entrusted City Council to maintain the quality of life in Mason and for this city to continue to thrive and be a place to raise strong and healthy families. We ask that you bless tonight's meeting. We ask for wisdom and that you guide the hearts of the men and women assembled this evening, remove pride and remove fear, and guide them to do what is right in your eyes for the city that they've been elected or appointed to serve. Help them to lead and govern with integrity and to do so in a way that honors you. Guide our public officials to defend each and every human life through just laws. Inspire us to bring our faith into public life, to speak for those who have no voice. Holy Scripture declares, see that you do not despise one of these little ones. For I tell you that in heaven, their angels always see the face of my Father who is in heaven. What do you think of the one that went astray? And if he finds it, truly I say to you, he rejoices over it more than the other 99 that never went astray. So it is not the will of my Father who is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. Lord Jesus, we know how precious each child is to you. You say in your word to let the little children come to you and not to hinder them, for to such belongs the kingdom of God. We pray for their protection while they are in their mother's womb. You intricately craft each child while they are in the secret place. Each child is formed in your image, God. They are your masterpiece. We ask that mothers, fathers, families, doctors, counselors, and governments would receive fresh understanding of the sanctity of life and see how precious each one of your sons and daughters is to you. God, we know you create every life on purpose and with a purpose. Help us to be champions of families and life. May we stand for what you have taught us, and may we give you glory in all that we do. Eternal God, creator and sustainer of life, bless us with courage to defend all life from conception to natural death. We love you and praise you on this day and every day, Lord. Help us to protect and preserve it in every way we can. And may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In your holy and precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, everyone here. Council, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the October 11th council meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'll abstain.
Thank you. All right, item 6 on the agenda is the city manager's report.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
sorry, I know this is a little bit, or if I can have just a little bit of time, and I'm going to make a lot of people mad and maybe some people happy here. We've got a lot of people here. Got a ton of people in the overflow staying outside. I was just wondering if we could make a motion to reserve this room for Mason residents and just ask politely that those that aren't Mason residents. And again, I appreciate those who aren't Mason residents that are here. We want to hear your voice too, but
I'll second that motion.
Couple things. Just a reminder to everybody on council and you, Josh, it's hard to hear if you're not right up in your mic, so I wanted to make sure everybody could hear you okay. Could you guys all hear in the back? Okay, and then we'll have some council discussion on that motion. I know I spoke to the city manager about that today, who has been working with the campus safety team. Have you spoken to him about that?
I just said briefly before the meeting as well, and I know it'll create kind of a disruption for a short period of time, but again, just as a courtesy. That's all.
It's not something that we've ever done before. I'm going to let Eric address this, but I know when in our conversation, I mean, it's really difficult, but we've never done it that way before, and so sometimes an abrupt change can cause unforeseen consequences. But let's have our city manager address this request and how it might look.
I think if council passes that motion, we could ask the audience to accommodate that. One way, this is jumping ahead a little bit, we'll be asking council for a very brief executive session as part of the manager's report. That may allow some time for folks to reposition themselves to allow City of Mason residents in here. If council wanted to ensure that, we could, probably take longer to empty the room and have folks re-enter, using campus safety to check residency. We've never done that before, never felt a need to do that, but you may be able to use that break of the executive session to allow the rotation. The first thing is council would need to pass a motion to that effect.
And I understand that staff has handled the sign-up sheets, and staff will be calling people by name to come in and speak if they're out in the hallways or if they're in here. And so staff is going to handle that this time, not me. So if you're not in the room and you were on the sign-up sheet and your name is callable in the 90-minute time limit for recognition of visitors, we're going to do our level best to come and find you out there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if that was a concern to council, that if people were not in the room, they might not be heard if they were on the list, I think that we've got that covered. Is there anybody else with any council discussion on that motion?
Yeah, doesn't the overflow, doesn't have volume of what's going on in here? So that's how
They have audio?
No, I think that's spot on. I mean, we are in Mason, and I think if I know we allotted and we condensed the time frame to an hour and a half, I would highly suggest we listen to the residents of Mason first, at least having them in here, and there will be, with the overflow, I think it's pretty easy to, if their name's called, to come in from the overflow.
So are you suggesting if they signed up on the sign-up sheet and they're not a Mason resident, that they're not to be heard?
No, I think that's all right, but I
Are
think
you saying you want people to give up their seats if they're not Mason residents?
well, I think this is for Mason, Ohio residents. I think I think we should at least allow them in the room before standing out there.
Okay, looking at the room, I'm not sure who is who, but
Mayor, I probably need to interrupt with Jeff. There's two things here, maybe intermingled. The seating in the room and asking Mason residents to be available in the room is one question that I think you could accommodate with some courtesy. The sign-up sheets have already been done. I think it would raise, if you wanted to segregate the sign-up sheets at this point to give Mason residents preference, I think that's probably going to create some, Jeff probably will have some concerns with that. That's probably less workable.
Mayor, I was, we had the committee meeting earlier, and I know the executive session, it's not going to be extremely lengthy, so I think in that amount of time, we should be able to accommodate that if we choose so. And that we're going to do, we had talked about that city manager's report, is that right?
That was going to be the next thing I said.
Okay.
Mayor,
yes.
I think it would be very disruptive. I don't know the makeup of the crowd. I think it's not a bad idea for something if we would have planned and done it before everybody came in and got their seats, but to be able to bring it in now, I don't know if that's the best way to do, just because I think it would be disruptive, especially when everybody's already signed up that can speak. That's probably what they want to do more than anything, is to be able to speak. So they're already, that doesn't change anything. It's just whether or not they're sitting inside or out. For me, I just think it's maybe something we do for next time.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, can you hear me? Yes, very good. Okay, all right. So I don't know how many people are here. I guess I can certainly see the crowd in the room, but is the whole other room filled with people? Is the hallway filled with people? How far down does it go? I mean, I think we should recognize everyone that's here and try to somehow acknowledge that we've got a large group of people here, and certainly I'm not opposed to the idea of Mason residents being in the room, but I certainly don't want council to lose sight of the fact that we have a multitude of people here, both for and against this issue, and we certainly should acknowledge who they are and thank them for their presence tonight. But
Yes, Member Honorlo.
Mayor, yeah, the only other thing I would say is that there was a crowd, when I drove by, there was a crowd out here around 4 o'clock. So you're saying the people that actually cared enough about this to get here early now would be, they got here early to get seats, they would not be able, even though that's the way we've done it on the last 6 meetings we've had on this issue. It was based on first come, first serve, and now it's being brought up as an option to change. I don't know if we're voting on this tonight, why that would be an issue for tonight.
Because, Mayor, I think the issue is because it is the finality tonight. And that's why I think we should give precedent, at least people in the room from Mason. And that's why, it is, you mentioned it, it is the final vote tonight. We are voting on it. So I think that's much different than what it was earlier.
Mayor, would it be appropriate then if somebody ever spoke once about it over the last 3 months, 6 weeks, the 3 months, that they would be behind the list and it would only be new people? Is that what you're looking for? Maybe just people that have never spoken at all? You're looking for those Mason voices? So,
No, I'm just looking for people that pay taxes in Mason. That's what we should be looking for. They pay for this, they pay for where we're sitting. I think that's what we should be looking at.
Mayor,
it's hilarious.
Mayor.
Member Stricula.
Thank you. I think we're losing track of the motion. The motion was simply to allow for Mesa residents to be in this room and have the overflow for residents from outside. Acknowledging, and I appreciate Vice Mayor Gilb saying that, we acknowledge everybody here and we appreciate them coming, but this should be a priority for Mesa residents first here. We've been very clear too, if we're talking about the ordinance, we've been very clear that this ordinance only affects the city of Mason. So I don't know that we should technically have a problem with it. It will cause a disruption. I mentioned that, but we've had plenty of opportunities and times where we've taken 5-minute breaks and people have gotten up and have gone to the restroom and all that stuff and we've shuffled seats. So I don't think it'll be too bad. We've got an opportunity with executive session. We can do that. It's just a courtesy. That's all I'm asking. So that's all I'm asking. But I think we're losing sight. The sign-up sheet is done. I think everybody on that sign-up sheet, we can go through it. That's not a problem. That's not what we're saying. Just courtesy of the room. That's all. Thanks.
Anyone else? In our previous meeting 2 weeks ago, I was proactive to engage council in a discussion as a group of 7 to lay out some ground rules or plans, in other words, for recognition of visitors and our agenda. And we set the agenda with the agreement of everyone, and this wasn't brought up. And we've not done this before, and I do know that people were here very early waiting, and I'm not sure who all is who here, but I am just really disappointed that this couldn't have been brought up earlier, that it's brought up on the spot. And I believe, all right, audience, we've already had a couple of outbursts, and I appreciate the passion on both sides of the issue and throughout this room in this building, but we need to maintain order and decorum. I was just about to say, I personally feel it's a discourteous request at this time. Had it been made earlier, and had it been discussed with our campus security team so they could have managed that before people filed into the building, I would have been fine with it. But to spring it on us at the last minute like this, I think was inconsiderate. And perhaps you didn't mean to be inconsiderate, but I just wish you had done it a lot sooner. So I know there are going to be people that disagree with me on this one. I know Member Stricula has my number. He could have called me, and we could have chatted about it. We could have talked about it with the city manager, or we could have even done it a couple weeks ago as a team of 7 as we had that dialogue together. So if anybody else has anything, we can call the question and call the roll, please, on the motion to have people leave their seats and give them up for people out in the hallways if they are not Mason residents here in this room. Is that correct? Is that about right?
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know if you've
Vice Mayor.
I don't know if you've already cut off discussion or
No, go ahead. It's okay.
I don't know how many people here in the room are not from Mason.
Can we raise your hand?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're not, is everyone from? Yeah, so I mean, if you're from Mason, that's fine. If you're not from Mason, then I don't know that how many people are in here that aren't from Mason. That's maybe they don't want to identify, but yeah.
Mayor, can we call the question, please?
Yes, let's go ahead and call the roll, please.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
No.
Mayor Grossman,
I'm sorry, but no.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yes.
So the motion passed. So that means that when we take a break, our campus security team will do the best they can to guide you through that transition. If you had signed up on the sign-up sheet, we will call you and do our best to find you in a timely fashion so that you don't miss your turn to be recognized at the podium. Eric, I'm going to let you take the floor again.
On that note, maybe this is a helpful note for some of you. There is a TV in the atrium out here that's set up at the kind of the opposite end of the hall by the doors where you entered, has volume. Perhaps campus safety would be able to set up some chairs there to help folks with that as an option. That being said, and I did want to apologize to the audience. There is a need here. It'd be very helpful to have a very brief executive session with council. If council's amenable, would like to ask for an executive session for personnel as well as land acquisition. I believe it can be very brief. We could tell the audience 10 minutes and then make sure we're back here within those 10 minutes. I think that should be enough time. And my apologies, this is my request.
Okay. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance.
Yes.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Regular session, please.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, back to the city manager's report. Do you have anything else to share with us
I
today?
do. I have several things I'm going to move through quickly. I do want to thank the audience that was, being able to have that executive session was very helpful to some other initiatives we're working on. Quickly, some events for council's awareness. The Area Progress Council Annual Awards Dinner is Tuesday, October 26th, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. Please let Jennifer Kindred know if you plan to attend. The Maid Chambers Gems of Excellence Awards Night is Thursday, October 28th at 6 p.m. Halloween is Friday, October 31st between 6 and 8 p.m. And the American Legion Post 194 is hosting a Veterans Day ceremony. They'll be held here at the Municipal Center on Thursday, November 11th at 5:30 p.m. It is open to the public, and City Council, of course, is encouraged to attend. I do have a couple of items for motions. 2 liquor permits. A new liquor permit for Nishi Liquor LLC, doing business as Giant Liquor. It is a D5, which is spirituous liquor for on-premises consumption only, beer and wine for on-premises and off-premises, in original sealed containers until 2:30 a.m. Council can request a hearing or not request a hearing via motion.
Is there such a motion?
Make a motion not to request a hearing.
Same. Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay.
Second permit is for Speedway LLC, doing business as Speedway 1199. It is a C1, C2, and D6, which is beer only in original sealed containers for carryout only until 1 a.m. Excuse me. Wine and certain prepackaged mixed drinks in sealed containers for carryout only until 1 a.m. And sale of intoxicating liquor on Sunday between the hours of 1 p.m. and midnight. Similarly, council can request a hearing or not request a hearing via motion.
Is there such a motion?
So moved?
I'll make the motion, I'll make that same motion not to request a hearing.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
I'm just trying to move it along.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay.
A couple of other motions, Mayor. The City of Mason's Christmas in Mason tree lighting ceremony is scheduled for Friday, December 3rd from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. The American Legion is requesting a temporary liquor permit from the state, which would require approval from City Council to allow alcohol to be served on the plaza from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. As is their typical, the Legion will split the profits from those sales with the Mason Parks Foundation. A motion by council is needed to allow the Legion to move forward with their plans.
Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay.
Next, Mayor, about this time of year, City Council typically authorizes for city employees a holiday gift card. This year, as in the last year, suggesting that that is a gift card directed to local Mason businesses through the Come Together Mason gift card program. That includes both the community center and golf center as well. If council would like to offer that benefit to all city employees, a motion would be appropriate tonight.
Is there such a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay.
Another item, I think one of our partners is ARCS, that is the Abuse and Rape Crisis Center. They are sponsoring something unique this year called the Hunt for Good, a hunt for a cause. And that's a way for folks to learn about Warren County history. It can be done individually or with a team. And it involves solving both virtual and physical clues. And at the end, there's a $5,000 treasure chest available for whoever is able to do that. But I think more importantly, it helps to raise funds that supports the shelter's mission of violence prevention, their intervention work, and supporting survivors of domestic violence. To register or to learn more, they're, arcshelter.com. Can visit there to be able to register for what I think will be a innovative and fun event throughout Warren County. They have been one of the city's better, I shouldn't say better, a strong partner with the City of Mason. Finally, and this is a comment, just wanted to touch on briefly, and Jeff may want to add some. I'm certainly aware of and have heard from many residents over the weekend with concerns with some political mailings that went out that may have used the city logo or a portion of the city logo. I just want to reemphasize, and I've tried to do this all weekend, the City of Mason, it's a council manager form of government, which means council sets policy, authorized items, but they don't direct the day-to-day spending of funds or use of staff. Council did not direct me to do anything with that, and city staff did not participate in that mailer. We would not participate in any type of endorsements. We don't endorse any use of the city logo outside of city use. That doesn't mean that sometimes it doesn't crop up and people photoshopping or using it for other ends. Certainly have not seen anything to that scale. Aware of it. It was not paid for by the city. We would not use city resources. No council members could have directed it to be done that way. It would have been outside the scope of any individual council member's authority. So aware of that. I apologize for any confusion or angst that created. We are, Jeff and I have discussed that. We're looking at the issue. We're aware of it. We're reviewing some of the ramifications and what next steps may be possible. But I just wanted to make sure in this venue, for those watching, it was not done by the City of Mason. No taxpayer resources were used for that. I don't know if...
No, that covers everything I have.
Okay. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Item 7 on the agenda is recognition of visitors.
Mayor,
And- Yeah.
I was just going to say, before we get started, I had an opportunity last Wednesday night. We discussed ARCs, and I got an opportunity to go. They did a vigil last Wednesday night, and they recognized, I think it was 34 folks, men, women, and children that have died from domestic violence. And it was somber, and I learned a lot in regards to what ARCs is doing. I was able to grab a flower, and it was Amanda Corsos, who was killed on her 17th birthday. And when I came home and I actually did some research what that looked like, and it was horrific. So it really put a name or a face to the name. And I would highly encourage anyone that, they stay behind the scenes, obviously, because of a lot of the work they do. But if you get an opportunity to truly check out ARCs, and if you have an opportunity to serve or whatever capacity inside that, I would highly suggest it, because like I said, I've been aware to it. I've been through a lot of their fundraisers, but this one really hit home because they did recognize the 34 folks from Warren County that lost their life to domestic violence, and it was Sheriff Sims did an incredible job of kind of surmising all of that stuff, and it was extremely sad, but at the same time, I'm glad we have someone stepping in that where there is an issue and there's a problem with that, and I'm glad that we are promoting ARCs. And I would just wanted to say, if you have an opportunity, if you're looking for any capacity to fill, then I would highly suggest it. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Our staff will help guide us through recognition of visitors. I do just want to remind everybody that we need to maintain order and decorum in the room, be courteous of every speaker. We had trouble with that at our last meeting. There was a lot of heckling and calling out, and it gets very hard for us to hear up on the dais. So I would appreciate peace and quiet while people are speaking in the meeting, and to refrain from outbursts, even though you may be excited about something or displeased about something, if we could just keep our meeting running efficiently. And if you have signs, we can see them up here, but please be courteous of your neighbors. They probably don't want to have a sign stuck in their face or have their view blocked by a large sign. I see one there. So if you could just be polite there. Make sure you're not blocking someone's view or views of the speaker. Okay, and so I'm going to let you guys guide us.
Okay, just like to remind everybody, we're going to keep this to 90 minutes. Each guest has 3 minutes to speak, and we'll be timing that to move along as quickly and as efficiently as possible. We're going to ask guests to kind of stage themselves. The officer in the back of the room is going to help us with that, but if you can quickly move to the podium and make your comments so the next guest can be heard. So I'm going to start off with just naming the first 5 to address council. That's Laura Streitman, and I'm going to apologize if I totally mess any names up here this evening. Karen Bergmenke, Eden Baldwin, Darren Baldwin, Susie Lertzman are the first 5. So Laura Schweiterman, did I get that? Schweitman?
Welcome, and when you reach the podium, please state your name and address for the record. We're glad you're here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Laura Streetman, and Mayor got it right 2 weeks ago because she knew her German, I before E, the Cincinnati history. My address is 2324 Park Avenue. I am Executive Director of Cincinnati Right to Life, and I am here tonight on behalf of the unborn. I have worked in pro-life ministry for 15 years. I've seen the horror of abortion, and it is a horror. It is death. It does stop a beating heart. And I did testify 2 weeks ago, and I thought later there was something I had not shared with you. The second Saturday in September, I attended a funeral for a baby named Gianna John that was aborted at 17 weeks. It was a 17-week developed child. And this child was found in a garbage bag, a black bag in a garbage can at this street outside the abortion clinic in Akron, Ohio. This is what abortion in your city looks like. This is what you are fighting for. A dismembered, perfect human being thrown in a garbage bag. We bury our puppies. We bury our goldfish. I've had children cry over their fish and their canaries dying. And there was a child at the curb. But what really makes my heart ache is for the mother that lost that child. I know she's hurting. And my heart aches for every post-abortive man and woman. Men grieve their abortions as well. And my heart and my prayers are with you, and I'm sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry that your loss comes out as anger and fury, and that you're spending the rest of your life in rage, justifying taking the life of your own child because you did not have the proper support. I am just so sorry. Almost 300 people showed up at the cemetery. It was ecumenical, people of all faiths and walks of life, to bury this child, Gianna John, in Akron. Is that what you want in Mason, to find children at the curb in garbage bags? I do not live in this city, but I come to tennis, and I have since it was here. I have many of my closest friends live in this beautiful city, and the reason they left where I live in Cincinnati is because this is such a wonderful place to live and raise your children. You have fabulous schools, fabulous businesses. So what you are fighting for is to protect children from being thrown to the curb. And just remember that tonight when you cast the vote, that is what you are fighting for or against. A sanctuary city means you will not find children at your curb and garbage bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Streetman.
Next up is Karen Bergmenke.
Borgeminke. My name's Karen Borgeminke. My husband, Dave, and I have been a long-time residents of Mason, raising our children and living here for 23 years. 4520 Wilderness Way. We made the choice to move to Mason because we knew it was a great place to raise a family. Both the schools and the greater community are amazing. Mason is a tightly knit community full of generosity and care of others. We value the human person. There are so many opportunities for outreach in this community. There are at least 2 food pantries right in downtown Mason, which help provide to the needy. Mason schools, as well as individual neighborhoods, host coat drives, food drives, shoe drives, book drives, penny drives, toy drives, and so on. We are a very giving community. We look out for those in need. We love our children. We value the life of every child. When our community has lost a child, the entire community mourns the loss, and we come full force out to celebrate and remember the beautiful life. Each child has been remembered with pink or blue ribbons tied to trees, posts along the road. We challenge each other to do random acts of kindness to honor and remember them. The entire community dresses in pink or blue out of support at the school and at the football games. The value of every human life is so very evident and undeniable in the Mason community. We feel a sense of great pride in living like Maya, shining like Sable, loving like JJ. We love and value our children. We value life. It only makes sense that in Mason, we should also be a sanctuary for the unborn. Thank you.
We have Eden Baldwin and then Darren Baldwin. Are they here?
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Eden. I'm 13 years old, and as a warrior of Christ, I stand up to abortion. I encourage you to stand up and do what is right. I do not support the murder of babies, so I tell you, if you vote today supporting abortion, you are guilty of the shedding of innocent blood on your hands. The Bible verse, Proverbs 6:16, proves that this is right. There are 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood. Vote and take part in the rescuing of the innocent. Thank you.
Thank you, Eden. Sir.
My name is Darren, and I'm going to read a poem. Yes, I'm Darren Baldwin, and I'm from Lebanon, Ohio. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I love my friends in Mason. I care about this county. How precious the life I watched as the large sea turtle deposited her soft-shelled eggs into the clutch she had patiently prepared during the night. There on the quiet beach, the spray of the ocean wetted her skin as she made preparations to protect the life that lay inside the eggs. She covered the eggs like a rhythm to a song, tending sand to cover the precious possession. The leathery sea turtle made her way back to the ocean as the wind buffeted waves. There she slipped into the depths. As I watched, I considered the posted signs in my elevator, making clear the law of the land. Disturbing sea turtles or their nests is a violation of state and federal law with criminal penalties. Marine turtles are protected, and they should be. They're beautiful creatures, and their life is precious. I adjusted my binoculars, and I saw a dark figure in the distance approaching. It wasn't clear his intentions. As he approached, I could see that he wore a white lab coat. A scientist, I presumed. I anticipated to see how the volunteer would identify the clutch. I had seen marked nests in the morning sun, typified by the 4 wooden stakes and bright-colored ribbon. As he neared, I could see him carrying a jagged stick. I was suddenly sickened. As a pit grew in my stomach, unsure what are we about to do. Motionless, utterly motionless, I sat as if time stood still. The volunteer knelt down near the clutch and paused. Then suddenly he began uncovering the clutch. With the turtle eggs exposed, he took the stick and jammed it into the nest of eggs. In a violent, calculated manner, he executed his task, slinging egg yolk, shells, and baby turtle parts across the sand. His work was completed in a moment. As he left, I could make out the name above his pocket. Obgyn, it said. Obgyn? Who's Obgyn? Spelling it out, O-B-G-Y-N. I sat there sobbing. What just happened? A moment ago, there were hundreds of baby turtles in preparation for their lives, and they were systematically destroyed in silence, all while I sat there speechless, motionless, keeping to my comfortable life. What an injustice that I did nothing. Nothing to defend, nothing to protect, nothing to...
Sir, I'm sorry, you've come to the end of your 3 minutes. Please allow time for the next guest.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin.
Next up is Susie Lertzman, then there will be Cheryl Rice, Stephanie Meadows, Sonia Milrod.
Hi, I'm Susie Lertzman. I live at 7343 Red Oak Court here in Mason. First thing I want to do is say, Eden, it's awesome you have the courage to come up and speak. There aren't many youngsters, okay, I'm old, youngsters who are willing to get into anything these days. I would like to thank Councilman Stricula for proposing to have Mason folks be given the chairs here in the room, if possible. And I would like to thank the people who moved because they weren't residents of Mason. We really appreciate that. Okay, now comes the interesting things. So, I have an opposite view to what Eden said, which starts with, she was quoting religion. Her religion isn't my religion. You shouldn't be allowed to legislate your religion onto someone else. That's something about that whole First Amendment thing. Along with that, Chaplain, I don't mean to belittle what you said, but I would like to say that it was a nice prayer, and then you basically started testifying for pro-life. I don't appreciate that. If you would like to talk about the issue at hand, sign up with the rest of us.
Audience, please.
I find it really, okay, amusing isn't the right word, but that's what I'm coming up with, that we're doing this wonderful ARCs thing and giving money and hosting things for them and going to see them, and they do wonderful work. But your law says that if you're raped, you still can't get an abortion in Mason. You live here, maybe you were raped here. Can't get an abortion if you so choose, and it is a choice. Gosh, there's so many things I want to say.
Susie, come to the end of your 3 minutes. Can you allow time for our next guest, please?
Oh, was that my 3 minutes? Oh, gosh. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Susie. It was nice to see you again.
Next up is Cheryl Rice.
I will say as I walk away, if you teach your sons to bag their private parts, there would be less of that.
Thank you, Susie. Okay. Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you. Mayor Grossman, Vice Mayor Gilb, and distinguished council members and our community members. My name is Cheryl Rice, and I am a 20-year resident of Mason, Ohio, and a 10-year resident of Deerfield Township. My family resides at 3705 Springside Drive in Mason. I have served as a corporate responsibility officer for 34 years at a large multi-health system. In my role, I had to know all the local, state, and federal healthcare regulations that governed healthcare delivery. It was my duty to ensure the safety of patients, healthcare workers, and the beneficiaries. I worked with local and federal and state government agencies, including the FBI, the OIG, and the Office of Inspector General for Medicare and Medicaid. I also grew up in Sharonville, My childhood pediatrician's office was the Sharonville Pediatric that sat next to the abortion clinic. And my two sons were the pediatrician was Dr. Brin. 2 weeks ago, Dr. Brin told Mason Council part of the story behind his request for sanctuary city status in Mason. I'm here tonight to tell you the rest of the story of the unforeseen consequences to a community's quality of health care delivery and quality of life. I know because I spent hundreds of hours reviewing statewide clinical quality of care records for all of Ohio surgical centers, including the Sharonville and abortion clinics, and I can describe firsthand the quality of care issues. I am here to address the common misconception that abortion services provide quality of care to women and to a community. Abortion providers do not provide quality health care for women. I witnessed firsthand in Sharonville and other abortion clinics in Ohio the following events and findings. Abortion services did not arrive in transparent manner or with public knowledge. The physicians at Sharonville lied and made incomplete and inaccurate statements and completion of information on forms to local and state governments. They described their practices as a women's medical service.
Mrs. Rice, you've come to the end of your 3 minutes. Could you allow time for the next guest, please?
Thank you.
Next up, we have Stephanie Meadows, Sonia Milrod, Eva Schneiderman, Jordan Mormon, and then Jerry Pelfrey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The issue before you is whether to proactively regulate a particular type of business in this community. This is not unlike other regulatory actions taken to enhance...
Ma'am, excuse me, could
Yes.
you state your name and address, please? For
So
the
sorry. Stephanie Meadows, 9045 Columbia Road, Loveland. As I was saying, this is not unlike other regulatory actions taken to enhance, protect, or otherwise safeguard a community. This one, however, does come with deeply held convictions on both sides. Considering that Roe v. Wade is now some 50 years old, and the fact that the Supreme Court will be hearing cases related to it, and the fact that we're having this conversation, right, is evidence enough about the emotion and the passion on both sides. It's not going to change. However, if the City of Mason allows this type of business, now or at any point in the future, it will be a major cause of division in this community, and it will be a ripple effect in the communities in which I live. Do not underestimate the deep bench of the pro-life community. A miscalculation in that area, I think, would be most unwise. If you are worried about the publicity of this single vote, I think you place your concern in the wrong area. Your concern should rest with what allowing this type of business in Mason will do to the community. If permitted, it will become a lightning rod for pickets, protests, and demonstrations. If permitted, it will be the beginning of something that I don't believe this community actually wants. A vote to prohibit this type of business would spare the community of the bad publicity, the demonstrations experienced by Sharonville, as we heard last session and just now, and the horror stories that they've told. The community can be spared with a proactive vote. The reality is that every time you cast a vote, someone is upset with your decision. That is a burden that you accepted when you sought this office. People will be upset with you no matter which way you vote. There is no option for you to personally escape that unpleasant reality. Your civic responsibility is always intertwined with your personal responsibilities. And it may be that you are on the City Council for such a time as this, and to stand up for that single most vulnerable group among us, which is the unborn. As such, I implore you to vote in a manner that is consistent with protecting and prioritizing life, something that each of us in this room are currently enjoying. Thank you.
Sonia Milrod.
Welcome.
Sonia Milrod, 4270 Fontenay, Mason, Ohio. I've been a resident since 2002. Mayor Grossman, I have a question for you. Have you spoken with pharmacies in Mason regarding the statement in the ordinance, Section D, it shall be unlawful for any person to possess or distribute abortion-inducing drugs in the city of Mason, Ohio?
I researched the accessibility of those medications and found that, according to Planned Parenthood's website and the FDA's website, those drugs are not to be administered by anyone other than a medical profession in a physician's office with the physician present, so not at a local pharmacy.
At the last meeting, you said that no pharmacy had these drugs in Mason. I went to every pharmacy in Mason. They all dispense misoprostol, because one of the drugs the ordinance specifies as being unlawful to dispense.
I believe it has other uses, but this law is narrow and specific to the termination of a pregnancy.
It says that the possession or distribution of those drugs are unlawful, and it's declared contraband.
Correct, but there are other pieces of language in the legislation that add context to that portion of the legislation.
None of the pharmacies had heard details of the ordinance except for Yost Pharmacy. All but one pharmacist was visibly alarmed. Their eyes got very wide and faces registered shock. They all said something like, "This is insane," or "This is such a bad idea." One pharmacist said, "Well, there goes my license." Two said they would share with their team and pharmacists they knew. Another, who vaguely knew about it, wasn't shocked because he said it was totally unenforceable. He would continue dispensing and said that what City Council was doing was crap. Mr. Yost, the only one who had known about it previously, said it was stupid and was a dumb political move. Another question, Mayor Grossman. Have you spoken with other business owners in Mason about this proposed ordinance? Do you know how they feel about it?
Our city manager has had contact with some. I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to contact them and ask them to give me a position on that formally. And the feedback that I have gotten is that they don't want to be placed in a position where they're giving public feedback. And so I have had some private conversations with private business owners, and I'm going to keep those private.
Well, this weekend, Kathy Elliott and I went door to door to all the open businesses in downtown Mason. A few businesses were vaguely aware, but none, except for Yost, knew the details of the ordinance. All but three were shocked, outraged, or at least opposed to it. Mayor Grossman, you have repeatedly said that this ordinance doesn't change the status quo since abortions are currently not happening in Mason. Obviously, pharmacies and business owners do not agree with you. Mayor Grossman and council members, you are elected to help improve the city of Mason. In my opinion, and that of pharmacies and business owners, this ordinance fails that objective. At the last council meeting, member Josh Sturkula made a motion to place this ordinance on the ballot as a referendum to let the community decide. Member Bradburn and member Nelson agreed with that motion. I respectfully request that you place this proposed ordinance on the ballot and let the community decide.
Ms. Milrod, did any of those businesses indicate whether or not they would be okay if an abortion clinic were to locate near their businesses? There are some medical usage locations.
Absolutely not the question.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her answer.
That was not the question, and that's not part of the ordinance.
Okay, I was just curious if you asked that question, because that's part of the
not?
scope of our decision-making.
It's not in the ordinance at all. The ordinance specifically outlaws abortion, but it doesn't talk about the clinic. You can't rule about that, as far as I know, in terms of zoning, so you're trying to get around that. But that wasn't a question.
Okay. All right, we're ready for the next speaker.
Eva Schneiderman, Jordan Mormon, Jerry Pelfrey, Christina Julian, Brooke Pimentel. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. Eva Schneiderman, 353 Surrey Lane in Mason. I'm not really stranger in front of this council anymore, so I have just a couple of words to say. My words are going to be directed to the council. Mr. Strichula, Vice Mayor Gibb, Mr. Chance, Mrs. Nelson, and Mr. Bradburn. I and thousands of other women and citizens of this city are asking you to vote no on this ordinance. They've been outside of the city halls and they are sitting at home currently. I left on your desk, as Sonia passed it to you, just examples of many articles that I have found that show impact of abortion bans on economy and prosperity of communities. The articles about abortion restriction push many pregnant people into poverty. They are disproportionate punishment for minorities and people of color. They cause economic losses. They cause brain drain in their communities, and they decrease ability to recruit and retain workforce. They impact education and salary gap, and they create further gender gap in income and well-being. You do not have to take my word for it. These articles and these studies have been published by Money Magazine, by Forbes, by CNN, and by News 19. These are long and short-term consequences with direct economic implication to taxable income to Mason community. They will have direct impact on quality of our schools. I'm not even going to mention worsening of public health. Please do not waste your effort and effort of your predecessors that were sitting on these councils for years. They implemented economic changes and they implemented policies that put Mason on the map of the United States. They are the ones who created culture in this community that was inviting for others so they could come, live here, spend money here, and pay taxes here. Please do not waste decades worth of the work of your predecessors and destroy the community that we call our home. Thank you.
Pastor Pelfrey, then Christina Julian, Brooke Pimentel, Susie Barron.
Jerry Pelfrey, 5499 Mason Road. I've been a resident of Mason for 36 years. A very sincere thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me this opportunity to speak and address a very difficult task as you attempt to discern truth through all the emotions, opinions, and rhetoric. The gracious manner in which all of you, especially Mayor Grossman, respond to verbal assaults should be commended. Blaise Pascal lived during the 17th century French Renaissance and wrote, and I quote, "To tell the truth is useful to those to whom it is spoken, but a disadvantage to those who tell it, because it makes them disliked." Regarding truth, let's follow the science. Science is very clear on this one, what abortion does to the baby. That truth alone should take preeminence over other legitimate concerns. Now, the timing of this issue may be debated, but what's not debated is that each of you have the power within your vote to protect the oppressed and to support justice. To suggest that this would go to a ballot opens the door for abortion centers to apply for land use. Regarding our economy, let's not ignore the negative effects abortion centers have on a community. With that said, we should never ever place economic concerns over the life of the unborn. Financial gain should never override oppression and injustice. A private email from 2 council members went public questioning where Jesus would stand regarding the sanctuary city. I get that. The name of Jesus makes many people feel very uncomfortable, and for good reason. He expects to be a part of every area of our life. Jesus Christ made many outrageous claims, such as he's the forgiver of sins, the giver of eternal life, such as there are serious consequences that accompany those who offend children, such as love your enemies, such as forgive those who sin against you, such as kill me and in 3 days I'll rise again. Now, these are some bold claims, and being resurrected is an impressive credential. The one-time atheist turned Christ follower C.S. Lewis stated, "The claims made by Jesus Christ are either true or false. If false, they have no value whatsoever. If true, they are of supreme value." Most of you know that the phrase separation of church and state does not exist in the United States Constitution or the Bill of Rights. My appeal is that the council would allow the principle of priority to lead you through this crucial decision. Yes, the rights of the mom should be a concern. Compassion should be given to all involved. Yes, the economy is to be considered, but priority must always go to those whose lives are unjustly at stake, in this case, the baby. Priority one must go to the unborn. Your future self will thank you for voting for the sanctuary city for the unborn. Thank you.
Jordan Mormon, Christina Goulian, Brooke Pimentel, Susie Barron, Sarah Willoughby.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name's Jordan Mormon. I'm a resident of Cincinnati, sorry, not of Mason. But I speak on behalf of the pro-life generation who lives everywhere, including Mason. So students like Grace Walter, who just graduated from Mason High School, and Elijah from University of Cincinnati Students for Life are from Mason. So for students like them, I'm here. And I'm the regional coordinator for Students for Life of America for Ohio and Kentucky. So on behalf of the pro-life generation, the members that have not been aborted, I would like to say that we do not need abortion, and abortion is not health care. So abortion dismembers, it vacuums, it poisons, and it starves through the RU-486 chemical abortion procedure, which there seems to be some confusion about. So I wasn't going to say this, but I want to clarify something. So the chemical abortion involves two pills, mifepristone and misoprostol. Misoprostol under this legislation is only, which the mayor alluded to this, but it's only banned in the context of an abortion. You have to first take mifepristone, which starves the baby, and then you take misoprostol and a mother goes into labor. You can still get misoprostol to treat a miscarriage, as you should. This ordinance wouldn't stop that. So I just wanted to clarify that really quickly. Mason's doing the right thing here, and cities have a vested interest in their own future. You also have a vested interest in your future citizens, and this ordinance will save the lives of your future citizens. We don't need Planned Parenthood, and life-affirming resources vastly outnumber the abortion industry. There are fewer than 600 abortion facilities today across America, but over 2,500 pregnancy resource centers and over 8,000 federally qualified health centers, which offer free services to communities most in need. Women can access every single non-abortion service that Planned Parenthood provides without having to go to an abortion mill to get it. If you walk into a Planned Parenthood, they'll charge you $200 for an ultrasound, or you could go to the Pregnancy Resource Center down the street, which would give you one, among lots of other things, for free. So we don't need the violence of abortion. We don't need potential side effects, which cause anxiety, depression, perforation of the uterus, and sterility, among other things. Did you know that almost 10% of those chemical abortion procedures I mentioned fail, and then they have to become surgical abortions? Over like 20 a year fail just in single abortion facilities across the country. So thank you for standing up for life and for listening to me. If you need someone, if you know someone who is pregnant or you're parenting and you need help, go to standingwithyou.org and look up your local pregnancy center, look up your local federally qualified health center. If you've had an abortion and you're suffering, I'm sorry, you can check out groups like Project Rachel. But we love you, and there's people here for you. If you're considering an abortion, don't go to a pregnancy resource center. And thank you, Mason, for considering this legislation and for hearing me.
Christina Julian.
Thank you.
And it's Brooke Pimentel, Susie Barron, Sarah Willoughby, Sam Davis.
Welcome, Christina.
Thank you. So my name is Christina Gullion. I live at 2280 Trinity Drive in Middletown. Mayor Grossman and council members, it is an honor to speak before you tonight. I know Mason to be a family-friendly city. When I say family-friendly, I mean from the unborn all the way to the very old. Every life is important. I lived in Mason, and I have friends that live here. My parents lived here for 30 years. I attend church in Mason and have done so for many years, so I know personally what a great city Mason is for families. I watched the testimonies given from 2 weeks ago, especially the one from the pediatric doctor from Sharonville, who shared a story about how the abortion clinic moved in and how it divided the city. You as a council have the opportunity to pass this ordinance to avoid dividing this family-friendly city over the same kind of scenario that has happened in Sharonville. You were put in your position for such a time as this, and I strongly encourage you to stand and do the right thing. Heed the warning from that pediatric doctor. Mason needs to be one less city where babies' lives are taken. Don't allow people to intimidate you into doing what they want you to do according to their feelings. Feelings cannot be trusted. Feelings change, but facts remain, and the fact here is abortion is murder no matter how you look at it. The process of abortion is when a baby's limbs are torn apart from its body as well as its head. Babies feel this violent act being done to them as they are met with the fear of the vacuum coming for their innocent life as they try to move away from it without success. If you do not pass this ordinance, that violence is what you're opening the city up to, a murder mill for babies. Do not allow that. People tout my body, my choice, but what about the baby's life? You are not bringing harm to anyone by passing this ordinance to keep abortion clinics out of this city, regardless of what the opposition says. Please do what is right on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves. And remember, you need to make permanent what is already existing, and that is that there are no abortion clinics in Mason currently. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke Pimentel, Susie Barron, Sarah Willoughby, Sam Davis, if you guys could stage along the wall over there so we could move through this quickly, I'd appreciate it.
My name is Brooke Pimentel. My address is 6394 St. Anita Court, Westchester, Ohio. My name is Brooke Pimentel, and I am a licensed foster parent and teacher with a degree in early childhood education and child development. Human development begins after the union of a male and female germ cells during the process called fertilization, also known as conception. Fertilization is a sequence of events that begins with the contact of sperm with the egg that ends with the fusion of the pronuclei and mingling of chromosomes to form a new cell. This fertilized egg is known as a zygote and is a large diploid cell that is the start of human life. This is a quote from Keith L. Moore, who wrote The Essentials of Human Embryology. There has been great debates on the topic of abortion in many headlines. My husband and I are pro-life and know that life is very precious, life is worth living. Every life is worth saving, every life is valuable. Being pro-life does not end when a mother chooses life. Being pro-life is being for life from start to end. My husband and I became licensed foster parents because we believe that every life is valuable and every child should have a place to call home. This cannot happen until a mom chooses life. We need to step up for the children who had parents who were the victims of rape, abuse, neglect, drugs, and more. Not everybody can be a foster parent, but let's support those who do. We cared for 2 children as placements along with countless others through respite care. Both of their mothers were in situations where they could not have chosen life. I thank the Lord that they did. I look into the eyes of my 2-month-old little girl and just think of what a miracle that she is. If you are in a bad situation, need help, love, and support, come and find me. My husband and I can give you many resources. To those who have had an abortion, know that you are loved and support is waiting. Job 33:4, the Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. Psalm 119:73, your hands made me and formed me. I heard the argument during the last council meeting that it's my body and my choice. That rape is why people should be able to have freedom. And a recent 2021 study shows that 0.5% of abortions occur due to rape, 3% due to fetal health problems, and 4% due to health problems. This only accounts for 7.5% of abortions. So 92.5 happen due to a person not being ready, done with having kids, can't afford a child. The focus should always be on the life that is being taken. We cannot wait for a facility to be built to be able to take action. We need to educate men to respect women, take responsibility for the lives that they create, take precautions and preventions, and offer support when an unplanned pregnancy happens. As a woman who has struggled to get pregnant for 4.5 years, no matter what you do to prevent or
I'm
promote.
sorry, you've come to the end of your time. Please allow time for the next guest.
All right, God bless.
Thank you so much. Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Susie Barron. I'm 6492 Winding Way, Mainville. Mayor Grossman, city council members, and members of the audience. If you're under 70, you may not know these facts, and so I want to share some of them with you. I see a lot of young men and women here, and I believe that they don't know where the abortion lobby and the abortion industry came from. So I want to just share some of the health or the history of it. I was a health teacher for many years, so I was in the 70s and 80s, so I'm an older person. But in 1973, when Roe v. Wade was passed, I was in college. And at that time, they said that it was going to be passed for, to make abortion legal, safe, and rare, used primarily in cases of rape, incest, and for the health of the mother. 61 million abortions later, 48 years later, we haven't done very well with the rare. Perhaps you're unaware that the whole abortion lobby came from a woman named Margaret Sanger. Her history is that she was the founder of Planned Parenthood. She was firmly rooted eugenicist who agreed with the Nazi doctrine of extermination and wanted to eradicate the American black population through forced sterilization and abortion. Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger's, had an abortion clinic by UC in Cincinnati, which had to be renamed because her name became so toxic. So it is no longer the Margaret Sanger Center, it's something else. So for 48 years, doctors have had the privilege of tearing babies apart. And one of the ways that they do this is through a D&C, dilation and curettage method, entering a woman's womb, suctioning every body part of the baby out, and then brutally ripping apart the live preborn human, depositing its remains in a jar. And once it's in a jar, they have to take it to a back room where they actually put the baby back together to make sure that they found every piece. Because if they didn't find every piece of that baby was still in the mother's womb, and there was possible negative consequences. So this is a grievous history of many procedures. There are also full-term abortions, which are even more gruesome. But ladies and gentlemen, your own mothers were pro-life. And that's why you're sitting here today. And do you want to leave the city of Mason vulnerable to this kind of policy for the future? Because it isn't stopped. If it isn't stopped proactively, someone will move
time. Please allow
and make
time
it
for
happen.
the next guest.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sarah Willoughby, Sam Davis, Kelly Sakalas, Kathy Elliott.
Welcome. Thank you.
Sarah Willoughby, 4340 Springfield Lane, Mason, Ohio. And I just want to begin also and thank you all, councilmen and women, and mayor, for your service to our community. I appreciate it. I also wanted to say that I've been viewing your bios as the election's upcoming, and on the Mason City website, I was delighted to see that several of you specifically mentioned how important your faith and your churches are to you, and also the importance of family, specifically you, Councilwoman Nelson and Councilman Chance. Certainly this issue of protecting the unborn is important to families in our community. My husband and I have lived in Mason for 18 years, and we raised our sons here. We chose Mason as our home after much research, moving here from Indianapolis. We saw the city as one of conservative family values, excellent schools, and so much more. I also formerly worked for Mason City Schools for 7 years, and I probably had some of your children under my care, and I loved it, and I loved them. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I'm a grandmother. I'm also a certified Christian counselor, and I have counseled women for over 20 years. I'm a Christ follower. I must testify to the damage that abortion can do to women. I have counseled women who have struggled for years with overwhelming guilt from aborting their babies. They remember the date that the baby should be born. They have such hurt. Often it leads to self-destructive behaviors like drug abuse and alcohol abuse as they try to numb their emotional pain and heartache. I know you don't want that for the women and the girls of our city. I don't. When I think about our wonderful city, I don't want Mason to be known as a place to go for the abortion that they want. Does anyone who lives here in Mason truly want that to be what our city is known for? I'm so sorry.
Audience, please.
How sad that would be if that is what our city would be known for. Right now, we're known for the things I just mentioned. I want our city to be known as the place that it is safe and secure for all of its citizens, old or young, male or female, all colors, born or preborn. Please vote tonight to protect our city and all its citizens.
Ma'am, I'm sorry you come to the end of your 3-minute allotted time. Please allow time for the next guest.
Please make this a sanctuary city for the unborn. Thank you so much.
Sam Davis, Kelly
Thank you, Mrs.
Sackler,
Willoughby.
Kathy Elliott, Joy Bennett.
Welcome back, Sam.
Thank you. Before I begin, I was wondering, there was some confusion, and I've been trying to figure it out. No one really seems to know what the penalty is for this ordinance. Can you explain that to me? Is it a misdemeanor, or is it the $2,500 penalty?
I think I understand where the confusion is coming from, because I know the article in the Inquirer said that it was a felony and had a fine of $2,500. That's not accurate at all. The ordinance, the proposed code section makes it a first-degree misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. So per the Ohio Constitution, they give cities a lot of power to make their own rules and ordinances. So it's the Ohio Constitution, Article XVII, Section 3. Municipalities shall have the authority to exercise all powers of local self-government and to adopt and enforce within their limits of such local police, sanitary, and other similar regulations that are not in conflict with general laws. What are general laws? General laws are the laws enacted by the state legislature. There is no explanation given for what would be in conflict with Ohio laws, but the courts have ruled on a few cases and have come to a general agreement on what is and isn't a conflict in general law. Legalizing something that is illegal under Ohio laws or vice versa, if there is no Ohio law making something illegal, then it is legal. A city ordinance that criminalizes offenders cannot have, a city ordinance cannot change the punishment for an Ohio law that is a misdemeanor to a felony and vice versa. The Ohio Revised Code has 4 different sections that address abortion. Those are all felonies. And those are all things that you guys seem to be having in your ordinance, making it a misdemeanor, and it would be in conflict with general law. And those felonies range from, I think it's 5th degree to 3rd degree. In your city charter, and under powers of council, the power to provide for the exercise of all powers of local self-government granted by the municipalities by the Constitution of the United States of Ohio and in a manner not inconsistent with this charter or the Constitution of Ohio, the state of Ohio. So by enacting this ordinance, you will be in conflict with general law, and you will be violating the powers given to you by the Ohio Constitution, and you will also be violating your charter. And your charter does say that under section 11.04, removal of elected officials and members of boards and commissions. One of the ways that a member of council can be removed is if they willfully violate this charter. Another part of your charter, determination of legislative intent. In enacting an ordinance, it is presumed that, 1, compliance with the constitutions of the state and the United States.
I'm sorry, you've come to the end of your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Time for the next
Please
guest.
don't knowingly pass an unconstitutional law.
Kelly Sakalas,
Sam.
Kathy Elliott.
Sam, would you mind coming up and us your address?
Joy Bennett, Alicia Lipton. Just remind everybody, please, when you come to the podium, to state your name and address.
Hi, Kelly Sakalas, and I'm a Mason resident at 4094 Stone Ridge Drive. I'd like to ask that my statement be entered into the meeting record. I invite you to see the forest through the trees tonight, and remember that neighboring cities and states are watching us right now, specifically how we are considering restricting our residents' rights by a polarizing and divisive topic with damaging implications on our business community and reputation for a very long time. Mason is a tourism destination from Kings Island and Great Wolf Lodge to watching the world's best at our Lindner Family Tennis Center. Mason is where a growing number of people connect. Maintaining a positive reputation is critical to continue to attract people from both in and outside of Ohio. Beyond tourism, the Mason business community is world-class, enjoying an estimated 34,000 people within the city. The largest employers include Procter & Gamble, Luxottica, Cintas, and Mason City Schools. The city also has a robust community of bioscience and technology that continues to grow. From international businesses to ambitious entrepreneurs to growing families, Mason attracts them all because of the diversity of thought and progressive mindset. All of this points to Mason as a leader for many outside our community. The proposed ordinance is disturbing and demoralizing to women, residents, employees, and leaders. Mason is making one negative headline after another regarding this issue. If it passes tonight, it will make both regional and national news in the utmost negative light. It is not what we've worked so hard for Mason to be known for. It is not a risk that we can afford to take in these economic times. To quote Nan Whaley, mayor of Dayton and candidate for Ohio governor, the ordinance being debated in Mason tonight is nothing more than an extreme attack on abortion rights that goes directly to the core of an individual's constitutional right to reproductive care. I'm happy to stand with those in Mason who are protesting and speaking up for their constitutional rights. One example of support from strong leaders outside of Ohio who are appalled by this. There are many, and the list will grow. I will end with a quote from the notorious RBG Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The decision whether or not to bear a child is central to a woman's life, to her well-being and dignity. When government controls that decision for her, she is being treated as less than a fully adult human responsible for her own choices. With this ordinance, you are painting a picture of Mason targeting women to strip them of a fundamental right, of their right to reproductive health.
You have come to the end of your 3 minutes. Please allow time for the next guest.
This is unrepresentative of all who live here and will
Next up
negatively
is
impact.
Kathy Elliott.
Audience, if you please. Welcome back, Mrs. Elliott.
Yeah, hello again. Hi. So the objective of this law, as repeatedly stated by the mayor, is simply to prevent abortion providers from setting up shop in Mason. But the ordinance contains pages of additional language that criminalizes aiding and abetting, bans certain medications, and places doctors, pharmacies, and employers in legal jeopardy just for doing their jobs. It focuses solely on punitive measures. There's never any mention of policies to prevent unwanted pregnancies. This purposely complicated ordinance was not drafted by council, of course, but by the Right to Life group from Texas. Council is not permitted to make any changes to the ordinance without the approval from Texas. If council asserts any independence over this law, Texas's guarantee of legal representation will be withdrawn. And ironically, we only need this representation because this ordinance will invite many legal challenges. Council is essentially handcuffing Mason to the dictates of an outside group. When it was proposed at the last meeting that this very controversial issue be put on a ballot for voters to decide, Mayor Grossman and Councilmember Honerlaw stated that the voters elected them to make decisions. And yes, you were voted in to plan Christmas in Mason and approve roundabouts, but not to limit our bodily autonomy. And nobody, not one person in Mason, voted to hitch our wagon to some dubious guy from Texas and let him dictate our laws. It's very upsetting that you are contorting yourselves to get his approval and input and direction, but you decline to allow input and direction in the form of a vote from your constituents, the ones who have to live with this law. Meanwhile, your friend from Texas is going to forget your name and move on to the next sucker town full of ambitious politicians.
Thank you, Mrs. Elliott.
Okay, we have Joy Bennett, Alicia Lipton, Carla Blair, Bree Markham, Allie Frazier.
Joy Bennett, that's Bennett, for those of you who are writing reports with my name in them, and emails. I see them. 1054 Willow Lane, Mason. I'm here to follow up on Sonia's message around the opinion of businesses and the consequences for the business community. The city reports on the whymason.com's website that our city has reported strong job growth since 2015. We've added 2,200 jobs. Money Magazine, just this month, ranked Mason number 20 on their list of best places to live in the USA. It's pretty awesome. I saw a sign at the Mason Corporate Challenge last weekend that touted Mason has more engineers per capita than any other peer city. If you pass this ordinance, that job growth will reverse. We'll never make a list of 20 best places to live again. And all those highly educated individuals will leave, and it'll be very difficult to recruit anymore. As a consequence, we have more than 150 individuals who have signed a letter that I'd like to read to all of you. We, the undersigned, stand against policies and legislation that hinder people's health, independence, and ability to fully succeed in the workplace. Restricting access, whether by banning procedures and medications or criminalizing assistance of any sort, to comprehensive reproductive care, including abortion, threatens the health, independence, and economic stability of our workers and customers. Simply put, policies that restrict reproductive health care go against our values and are bad for business. It impairs our ability to build diverse and inclusive workforce pipelines, recruit top talent to our locations in Mason, and protect the well-being of all the people who keep our businesses thriving day in and out. It will trigger boycotts that will further damage our businesses already hurt by the pandemic. This Sanctuary City for the Unborn ordinance threatens the future of gender equality in Mason and sets a damaging precedent for other communities. It puts our families, communities, businesses, and the economy at risk. We urge Mason City Council to reject this legislation. Finally, I'd like to do a quick fact check. Some people have talked about runaway numbers of abortions. The Ohio Department of Health released an induced abortions in Ohio report on October 1st. 63% of abortions in Ohio in 2020 took place before 9 weeks. 88% took place before 12 weeks. The highest number of abortions that ever occurred in the state of Ohio was 46,000 in 1982. The number reported in 2020 was just under 20,000. That's a decrease of more than 50%.
Thank you.
Alicia Lipton, then Carla Blair. Alicia Lipton. Okay, do we have a Carla Blair?
Well, I think we're just going to skip over Ms. Lipton and move on to the next speaker. I'm so sorry.
Carla Blair.
Hi, good evening. Hello, my name is Carla Blair. I live at 6528 Willow Bend in the neighboring town of Liberty Township. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Councilman Chance mentioned the event he attended where they took a moment to recognize the 34 victims of domestic violence. I'd like to take a moment to remember the 20,000 plus lives in Ohio of domestic violence before they ever took their first breath. And the number she quoted was correct, but that number also has increased by 2.5% since 2020. Their first breath was not religious. Neither is their death. This is life and death, period. Councilmen and women, out of all the issues that you will ever face, that you have ever faced, that will ever come before you, I ask you, which one will matter throughout eternity? Which issues will have your name next to them when you stand before your Creator? Councilmen and women, today's vote is being recorded on earth and in heaven. Choose today whom you will serve. Because all the things that I'm hearing about what is going to happen to our business and the economy, in eternity, it's not going to matter. I listened to the chants today, and I'm going to deviate just for a moment as I close. I listened to all the chants today, and one really resonated with me. What do we do when patients, children, and victims' rights are under attack? They said, we fight back. I would like to invite those who truly believe in My Body, My Choice to come and join the several hundred employees at GE Aviation in Evendale and protest the forced injection of a substance they do not want in their body. That's true My Body, My Choice.
Thank you, Mrs. Blair. Audience.
Next up, Bree Markham, Allie Frazier, Jenny Keeler, Abigail Swinehart, Ian Sugarman.
If you could just line up along the side, that would help us run more efficiently.
Okay, Bree Markham. It's Bree Markham. Allie Frazier. Allie Frazier. Jenny Keeler.
We've got some coming in. Welcome. Are you Bree? Oh. Okay, so Bree's not available.
Allie Frazier, Jenny Keeler.
Okay, I see Jenny Keeler.
So,
let's see.
Abigail Swinehart, Ian Sugarman, Vera Long. Got anybody? Okay, Bree.
Hello, my name is Abigail Swinehart. I live at 1719 Barn Owl Court in Lebanon. As I'm not a citizen of Mason, I'm not here today to speak as to why you should not pass the Sanctuary City Ordinance, because I know you've already made your decision to do so. What I am here today to do is to share with you some of the consequences of your decision that you may not have considered. As has been brought up in previous council meetings, Lebanon small businesses have been hurt and are continuing to hurt since the ordinance was passed. Even the ones, and maybe especially the ones, that were in favor of it. Moreover, there is a tension I feel now as a citizen that I've never felt before in my 22 years of living there. If you wear a pro-choice shirt, you get sneers in public. If you wear a pro-birth shirt, you get sneers in public. I'm a member of multiple community forums on social media. Someone can post a picture of a rainbow on sunny Broadway Street and the comments dissolve into arguments about the ordinance. As in Mason, we too have city council and school board elections coming up and conversations with the candidates about things such as infrastructure and education, what is in their lane, you might say. They get derailed into turning into a discussion of the ban. The "are you for it" or "are you against it" attitude dividing citizens is still present 6 months later. Because we're still fighting it, as we are now fighting here. However, the people who started the fight by introducing the ordinance, they will leave back to Texas, onto towns such as London and Salina. You are a name on their list that tonight they will cross off. They will not come back to help you when the ACLU gets involved, when local business revenue dries up, when community becomes controversy. I know this because they haven't come back to Lebanon. You'll hear a lot of charged language tonight, most of it rightfully so, the immediate reactionary indignation, the kind that often fades. You're preparing for it to fade, I know, for things to go back to normal, I know, but it won't. You'll need to prepare for the kind of fury that comes from injustice, because that is the kind that lasts. The annoyance you'll feel when we keep showing up, the exasperation when your names don't leave our mouths. I'm sure there are already tweets about the hypocrisy of council promoting an event for ARCs when you're about to pass an ordinance that will directly hurt victims of domestic abuse and intimate partner violence. You'll need to prepare for those headlines and prepare for the ongoing discord. Prepare to see myself and those sitting here wearing the same shirts as me, holding the same signs as me again and again, because we don't give up the fight. We won't give up the fight because tonight you have already lost a lot. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
If you don't mind, we're going to try this again. Alicia Lipton. Bree Markham.
Allie back there.
Allie Frazier. Jenny Keeler. Okay, Jenny, go ahead.
Council, if you'll allow me, I would like to yield my time to a young man who is a resident of Mason, who I believe's voice needs to be heard more than my privileged voice today. Would that be okay with you?
He didn't sign up.
Because he has to work.
I know.
Okay,
sorry.
That's fine. Elijah Montgomery, I'll try to do my best for you. Thank you, young man, for coming. I'm Jenny Keeler. My address is 4321 Shore Drive, Mason, Ohio. I'm tired of coming to these meetings to babysit you, but as I told you to your face, Mayor, we cannot trust you. Over and over, you prove it. Your incompetence and inability to do what's right for Mason are shadowed only by your thirst for the spotlight and your need to attack anyone who doesn't kiss your. I have 2 kids. My youngest, the one born with a vagina, deserves the same rights as the one born with a penis. The fact that you, Kathy, and your husband, and you, Vice Mayor, and worst of all, you, TJ, want to have anything to do with controlling the sex organs of teenage girls is not only despicable, it's perverted. Since you've ushered in this extremist legislation from East Texas here to Mason, Ohio, I've heard dozens of other women stand up here and other places in this building telling their stories. One who felt like they were pressured into getting an abortion, others with infertility issues, and some who've had multiple miscarriages. We've heard brave women tell their painful accounts of being raped because you put them in the position to feel like they have to stand up here and tell those stories. No matter their stance on this ordinance, one thing these people all have in common is that they know what it's like to have had their choices about what happens in their own reproductive parts taken away from them. They all know what that feels like. And this city council would intentionally inflict that experience upon its citizens, turning what should be a deeply personal decision into content for their campaign flyers. You're taking away choices. That's what I'm here advocating for, to preserve reproductive choice, whatever your decision is, whatever the reason. The decision about what happens in a person's uterus is their own, not anyone else's, and certainly not yours. Lastly, I've heard some people say this law doesn't really matter because it maintains the status quo. I'll tell you, if you read the whole bill, you know that's not entirely true. It matters because each city that passes this crap takes one more chip out of our freedom. If we don't stand up, if we remain silent while our neighbors and daughters have their rights taken away by 3 or 4 or 7 people, what's next? The people in power will keep at it. That's what's next. It's the seemingly small things like this ordinance that embolden those who would discriminate for any reason. because they know they can get away with it. So what side of history will you be on? I ask you again to stay in your lane, prove that you work for the city of Mason, not for those who are clearly using you, and by extension, the uteruses of people in the people of Mason for their attempted political gain. You should let Elijah speak.
Ian Sugarman, Vera Long, Manisha Goodboyle, Joshua, I'm going to mess this one up, Stanoff. Ian?
A lot of tension in this room.
We
I
need your
thank the
address,
council for having me up here to speak.
Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name's Ian Sugarman. I live at 8086 Halyard Court in Deerfield Township. So I want to thank you again for having me up here to speak. I congratulate you all for your intestinal fortitude and weathering the slander and twisted half-truths from the crowd. Tony, I want to talk to you specifically tonight because I know there's a lot of pressure on you. I want to encourage you right now. You have a choice to make tonight. A choice that'll define the future of the city and ultimately the country. It's not an easy one. It's not a popular one, no matter which way you go. I don't think you signed up for easy. I don't think you signed up for popular. People elected you to represent their interests, and they always knew, as we know now, what your convictions are. To choose life tonight, you will have behind you the voice of every person who elevated you to this office. I have faith that you'll decide and act according to the will of the people that you serve, and that you're completely aligned with that choice. If I could give you something real tonight, it would be courage. Courage to face the naysayers and the critics. Courage to stand up, not for what sounds right, but for what is right. Courage to endure the noise from this crowd tonight and for as long as it takes to fight and win the battle for the rights of the not yet born. Courage to know that this is a puzzle piece in the bigger picture of a nation that chooses life over death, responsibility over immaturity, hard and worthwhile over easy and shallow, unity over division, optimism over pessimism, strength over weakness, and faith over fear. The choice tonight will cascade into arenas larger than we can even imagine right now, but this is a time to make an impact. We are in a battle. They're right. Every one of us is in a battle, and the battle's going to come. But if God be for you, who can be against you? Thank you.
Vera Long, please.
Hello, I'm Vera Long, 5112 Creekstone Court, Mason. I've been a Mason resident for 20 years. Very happy and proud to be a Mason resident up until this ridiculous ordinance came in. I want to say something personal before I read my prepared remarks. I'm 74 years old, and in 1963, I was pregnant. Abortion was not legal. How many of you have ever faced that decision? It's not an easy one. We all need to have that right. It's the right of all of us now. It is the law of the land. Mason has no business being in this discussion. Women deserve choice in whatever their reproductive care is. What really bothered me tonight is the lack of respect for the separation of church and state. Why do we have to hear religion shoved down our throats from beginning to end? How about some Christian values, all you folks who call yourselves Christian? How about supporting the ARC Abuse and Rape Crisis Shelter? I presume all you pro-lifers donate regularly and support life in every form. Why bother with this ordinance? We don't have any reason to have it here. We have no abortion clinics. You're only creating division that is not necessary. We're named in the top 20. Won't happen again if you pass this. Regarding that mailer, allowing the use of the Mason logo, and calling 2 members of City Council and 2 candidates liars, it looks like that it came from the city of Mason, and there are many Mason residents who are not aware of what you are doing here. But they might read that and be mistaken. I think it's unfair, and those of you who were behind it should be prosecuted. We all know this ordinance is a political ploy by Grossman and T.J. Hunterlaw. Everybody remember this. This is not about
Ma'am, I'm
ordinance.
sorry you've come to the end of your
Thank you.
3 minutes. Thank you. Is it Manisha?
Welcome back.
Yeah, hello. Okay, good evening. I'm Dr. Manisha Gadbo, and I live on Spalding Drive in Mason. Last time I was here, I couldn't finish my thoughts, so I'm going to try again, and I hope this time you'll be able to not just hear me, but also try to listen. I grew up in the largest democracy in the world. 24 years ago, when I came to USA to advance my education at a small university town in Pennsylvania, occasionally some of us international students will be called to present and share our culture with other fellow students. On one such occasion, some students were extremely surprised to know a woman had held the highest office in India as a prime minister as well as president. That's when it dawned on me that in US, this hasn't happened yet. So anytime I see a woman in leadership positions such as you, Mrs. Mayor, as well as Councilwoman Nelson, I get very excited. However, I also realize that it wasn't until 1920 for women in this country to get the right to vote, and a whole lot longer for women of color, of course. It's been almost 100 years, and still the Equal Rights Amendment hasn't been ratified. America ranks at the bottom of the richest countries in the world when it comes to paid maternity leave, affordability and access to childcare, and early childhood education. There is a huge gap in gender equality pay, and on an average, a woman earns 78 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And then I reflect back on these politically motivated ordinances. For every unwanted birth and pregnancies, where is the male partner? Is he required to bear any responsibility here? Is he required to pay child support since conception? It takes 2 to tango, right? On one hand, we complain there aren't enough women in STEM careers, in leadership positions, etc. But on the other hand, these policies are created to take away their right to choose for themselves. Isn't providing them the choice for their own life the most important pro-life measure? Can't policymakers trust these uterus owners for their health care and their own life? Mason is not East Texas. It's very diverse, large and growing community which attracts people around the world. Those who bring great education, create jobs, and bring in more revenue through taxes. What benefits will such an ordinance bring for Mason? And how will the bad publicity that comes with this is going to affect for years to come? This ordinance isn't just for having no abortion clinic, because I believe that can be a zoning issue. This 9-page document is far more than that. And I'll end with another Sanskrit verse, Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karmaphala heturbhur mate sangostoi karmani, which means you have a right to work, but never to any fruits thereof. Yeah, let the fruit be, oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, you've come to the end of your 3 minutes.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. Let your legacy be what you want to do and not just put those bullet points and work on
Joshua?
that. Thank you.
And after Joshua, we have Elise Crane, Mark Harrington, Ian McEwen, Veronica Strevel, if we have enough time.
Hello, my name is Joshua Stauff. I'm a resident of Abrams, Wisconsin. So obviously I'm not quite from around here, so I would just like to speak to you guys as an American. Members of the Mason City Council, the proposed ordinance appeals to the authority of the United States Constitution and its accurate and proper interpretation as the basis for legal authority within American government. The preamble of the Constitution asserts that it was established to provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. The Constitution's twin founding document, the Declaration of Independence, declares that government is instituted in order to secure the inalienable, God-given rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first guaranteed right, in the first composed of our founding documents, is the right of life, which is to be secured for all equally created men and women. As our founders were themselves responsible to us, their posterity, so we are responsible to our posterity, to our progeny, the unborn. At the very moment of conception, a unique genetic code is created, distinct from the father, distinct from the mother. At the instant of conception, everything from hair color to eye color to facial structure is determined. A unique life is created. A life with every right guaranteed to an American citizen. A unique human being, a unique American citizen for whom our nation's founding documents ensure the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rights denied to every person, to every American whose life is ended in the womb. For everyone to whom much is given, from him much will be required. As civil servants, as members of our government, you bear responsibility. The chief role of our American government, a role which you are responsible to fulfill, is to ensure that the rights to life and liberty of American citizens are secured and defended. You have an opportunity to do what is right, to defend those who cannot defend themselves, to fulfill your responsibility, to protect your citizens and ensure their rights. I implore you to do so. Do not neglect your responsibility. Vote to protect unborn American citizens.
Thank you. Hecklers in the back. We need a heckle check. Mr. Stouth, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming from such a long way. And presumably you gave up your seat for Mason residents, so we thank you for that as well. I'm pretty amazed that we have someone who came from that far. Miss, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Elise Kramer, and I am from Williamstown, Kentucky.
Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I'm just grateful for the chance to speak. I have a few thoughts. We all know that 20 years ago, this would never have even made it to a council meeting, and that's a really good sign for us as an American country. This really reminds me of a lot of situations in our past. America is a great nation, but we can acknowledge that it has been wrong in some of its previous laws. We look back on times of injustice and we're appalled, but in those days, unconstitutional acts were widely accepted, and those who opposed them were considered very ill-advised. We used to be completely comfortable with a demented society view. Eventually, more and more people began to see the light of the truth, how morality and the rights of an individual are better and higher than our own personal opinions. What I want to ask you is, can we choose right now to see that light? Should we acknowledge now or later that we have been looking the other way, choosing the path of least resistance, and knowingly or not have played a part in dehumanizing people? We don't have to wait for generations as we did in the past. In the changing of injustice, there's always been a beginning, a twist of thought. It starts out small, but this beginning consists of people who see the actual truth. They see what must change for us to be protective of every living member of our communities. It may be the exception to the rule, but it doesn't change the fact that it's the right thing to do. Abortion goes on everywhere, but if you make the objective moral right decision, then we can all say that in Mason, Ohio, there is no abortion. It is the right decision to make. Doing that, we all have done our duty by God, America, and all our unborn citizens. Our authority as lawgivers and upholders of the law does not entail making human life subjective. This time, I urge us all to not wait generations to change something that our grandchildren will be ashamed of.
Thank you. Next up is Mark Harrington.
All right, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Mark Harrington. I'm the president of Created Equal. We're based out of Columbus, Ohio, and I reside at 5888 Cleveland Avenue. I just want to quickly address a couple of the arguments that have been made by the pro-abortion side. The first is this. Many say that there's no abortion clinic in Mason. And I say, well, that's kind of the point, isn't it? We want to prevent it from happening here, and I think council recognizes that. On January 22nd this year, 2021, President Joe Biden said that he wanted abortion access in every zip code in America. We believe him. We believe him. I think council believes him, and that's why they're taking this preventative action. So that's the reason you don't want abortion clinics in Mason. The other issue is they say, well, what about the lawsuits? Well, first of all, there has not been a successful lawsuit. The only lawsuit that was brought against the ordinance was in Lubbock, Texas, and it wasn't over the merits of the law of the ordinance itself. It was over something else, and it was dismissed by the ACLU. To date, there has not been one successful lawsuit against the ordinance. And here's the reason why there's not going to be any, more likely. Because Dobbs v. Jackson, the U.S. Supreme Court is about this close to overturning Roe versus Wade. And if and when they do, there will be no reason for a lawsuit, I can tell you that. There will be no reason. And even more reason why states and cities like Mason need to take ownership over their own communities. Because when Roe is gone, it's up to you. You can't lean on the Supreme Court anymore. It's a state and local issue. So I urge you to pass this and protect Mason from abortion. Thank you.
Next up is
Thank
Ian
you.
McEwen. Ian McEwen.
Welcome, Mr. McEwen.
And if we have time, next up would be Veronica Strevel.
Yeah. And the people chattering in the back, if you could please
I'm sorry,
refrain.
Ian will be our last guest this evening.
Ian?
Thank you for letting me speak.
Name and address? I'm sorry.
Ian McEwen, sorry. I'm dwelling in Williamstown most recently. So this decision is obviously very weighty, not something
Can you
to take
state
up
your
lightly.
name and address?
I'm sorry. Ian McEwen, Williamstown, Kentucky. Sorry. This decision is nothing to be taken lightly. We all feel the weight of it on both sides. This is some information from an organization called Live Action. It's credible information that proves that abortion is actually the largest genocide in human history. The Rwandan genocide killed 800,000 human lives. The Cambodian genocide, 3 million human lives, and the Holocaust, 11 million. Abortion has killed 60 million plus, and it will continue to kill and destroy human lives. The question is, which side of history do you want to be on? Do you want to be on the side that said, yes, we stand with this genocide. Yes, we want to be part of the Earth's greatest genocide. We want to support that 60 million plus and see it reach millions and millions more. Or do you want to stand for the truth and say, this is where we stand? As Mason, Ohio, we are going to stand on the truth and we're not going to back down. We're going to say, I don't care what the world says is right, because we stand on the truth and we're not going to back down. So I encourage you, I'm from Washington State. The politics out there are pretty bad. They can be. So I say stand, because it encourages people like me. Where at home, I don't see much of this. To see people raise the torch and be like, no, we're going to stand for this truth. We're not going to back down in this world of lies. We're not going to decide whether to save human lives based off of economics, off of lawsuits, off of our feelings. We're going to decide because it's right, and it's because defending human life is the right thing to do, and it always will be. Thank you, guys.
Next up.
Thank you.
Next up is Veronica Strevel. We have just a minute and 30 seconds, maybe.
Hi, my name is Veronica Strevel. I live at 5196 Orchard Way in Lebanon, Ohio. And I wanted to touch back again about the general laws and some of the contradictions that you have. First of all, mifepristone, or the chemical abortion drugs, is legal in the state of Ohio. Therefore, you have no standing to make it illegal. The possession of abortion pills are legal in Ohio. Therefore, you do not have standing to make it illegal. You cannot conflict a state law or a federal law. Driving someone is legal. Asking someone for money is legal. Abortion is legal. Abortion doulas are legal. Anything beyond that is a contradiction of state law and is a complete violation of your charter. I also want to say that last year in this zip code, there were 20 abortions. 20. A lot more than COVID, or a lot less than COVID. I also want to make a very unique point that hasn't been talked about yet. I've decided that I'm going to start my own religion, and I've decided that that life begins with a seed that comes out of sperm. I believe that all spilled seeds should receive a proper burial, and I believe that the man should have to pay for said proper burial. Now, I would also like to legislate that all of you follow that law. Sounds weird, right? So's your ordinance.
Excuse me, that ends our recognition of visitors. There is a second recognition of visitors at the end of the agenda. If you'd like to speak at that time, Kes can do so.
Can we take a break?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Heft. That was so helpful today. It was a lot easier for me to really listen and absorb. I appreciate that help today. Well, we're at item 8 on our agenda, everyone. Thank you, first of all, for all of you who shared your very closely held beliefs and for entrusting us with those. We are grateful, and it was our honor to listen to each and every one of you today and every day that you've come in to speak with us on this matter and any matter that comes before council. So item 8 on our agenda is ordinance 2021-108. It is the second reading. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Ordinance 2021-108, an ordinance outline abortion, declaring Mason a sanctuary for the unborn, making various provisions and findings, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Eric?
Ordinance 2021-108 received a first reading at our last council meeting, is now up for a second reading and final consideration.
Council, I need a motion to adopt, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to put this on the ballot for the taxpayers to choose.
Is there a second to that motion? Audience, it'll be a lot easier for us to conduct this part of our meeting without outbursts. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
No.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
No.
Mayor Grossman?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Jeff?
Pursuant to the charter, a motion to refer any piece of legislation to the ballot requires 5 affirmative votes. This received 4 affirmative votes, so the motion fails.
All right, we're back to the original motion, which was the motion to adopt. We've had a first and a second, and now we are in council discussion. Vice Mayor, I saw your hand go up.
Mayor, we had some discussions in Policy and Legislation Committee about making some amendments to this ordinance.
Yes, we did, and yes.
So on behalf of the Policy and Legislation Committee, as a member of that committee, certainly believe those amendments were appropriate in that they limited the issue specifically to not performing the act of abortion in Mason, Ohio. I would certainly ask that those amendments that we approved through the committee be presented to council and made part of this ordinance.
And to add just a bit to that, that was communicated to council, the formal recommendation from the committee, along with the legislation with the proposed amendments in bold red, underlined text. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Any council discussion on that motion to amend? Member Chance.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Gilb, could you point out where those amendments are?
They were certainly amendments, I think they were passed out at the last council meeting, and were red line additions that said that they were limiting language to say that we were only prohibiting the act from being performed inside the city of Mason. So I'm not sure where that...
I just passed a hard copy to him.
Okay.
Mayor,
So they're redlined there.
Mayor, I have a question. Is this new? Did this just happen Friday, or was this prior to the other?
These are identical to what you were given 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
We just met formally about that, discussed it, and we sent it to you through Jeff with an analysis, an overview of the ordinance, and the ordinance with the amendments in red.
Got it.
This week, separate from our packet. And any other council discussion on the amendments? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what we're voting on.
We're voting on the, would you like to explain it? Go ahead.
At this point, there was a motion to amend the ordinance to include the amendments being recommended by the Policy and Legislation Committee. That's what was distributed in red line. So this vote is only on that amendment, to add that language.
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Okay, so now we need a motion to adopt ordinance 2021-108 as amended.
You don't need another motion. You already have.
Oh,
There was already
okay.
a motion to
I'm sorry.
adopt. I'm sorry, a motion and a second to adopt. The motion to amend passed, so now any vote you take would be on the amended version, but you don't need a new motion. So.
Thank you so much. Is there any council discussion on
Mayor.
what he just clarified? Vice Mayor, you go first, and then
Yes.
we'll follow up.
So I'd like to make some comments on the adoption of the motion or the ordinance as amended, and I'd like to address my comments to my colleagues here on council to say I'm here to protect life. To me, it's a fundamental issue. If the foundations be destroyed, what do we have left? I'm not here just to decide how bright the streetlights should be or where the next roundabout should go. Those things are certainly important issues, but they're not as fundamental as protecting life. And I believe protecting life is a fundamental duty of government at all levels, especially life in its most delicate form, and especially those who can't speak for themselves. Our form of government here is a republic, a representative democracy. We've discussed this here before. When we elect our representatives, we need to understand their principles, and then once elected, expect our representatives to stand on those principles. When I campaigned for this office 4 years ago, I ran on a platform that said I was conservative and that I was pro-life. Those weren't just political labels on a flyer, but important principles that the voters expect us to stand upon. I think it frustrates the electorate when we vote for people who say one thing, say they stand for one set of principles, but then when they get elected, vote another set of principles. When this issue first was brought before us, I said I'd like to amend it, to expand it, so that it not just protected the unborn, but also protected those at the other end of the spectrum of life, to protect those who couldn't speak for themselves at the end of life, to say, hey, we believe your life matters too. We need to be mindful of forces out there that are promoting a culture of death, assisted suicide, for instance, a culture that wants to devalue life, that wants to control the span of our life from when it begins and when it ends. And we're better than that. They want to say your life doesn't begin until you're actually born, and at the other end, they want your life to be over before you actually take your last breath. Somebody brought Jesus into this discussion, saying Jesus wouldn't support this ordinance. But I want to share some good news with you in that Jesus died that we might all have life. I believe Mason, Ohio should be a beacon of life, a shiny city set on a hill that is a sanctuary city for life. We should declare that we don't support the business of death, that all lives matter, from the moment your heart starts beating until the moment that it stops beating. We've heard a lot about staying in our lane, and I ask the question, in 1973, did the Supreme Court stay in their lane? I told you 4 years ago who I was and what my principles were, and I'm here to do that which I told you I would do if you elected me. Any of us who said that we were conservative and pro-life, who ran on that platform 4 years ago, now is not the time to shrink away from those principles, but it's the time to stand and fulfill those promises. You know, in all the testimony that we've heard for and against this ordinance, we heard from many hours that we've sat here, we never heard from one person who had been aborted. Not one of those who had been aborted told us that they were glad to have been aborted. They didn't tell us to stay in our lane. They didn't say to us that they didn't need us to protect them. The easy vote here is no, that it's outside our lane, that it's a federal issue that somebody else can decide for the residents of Mason whether our life can be aborted here, that it's not the duty of local government to get involved in protecting life. But the responsible vote here is yes. Yes, I'm here to protect life. It's the right thing to do. Protecting life is what I said I would do, and on behalf of the millions of lives that have been aborted since 1973, I ask you to join me in supporting Ordinance 2021-108, an ordinance which simply says your life will not be aborted in Mason, Ohio. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gill. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do this. I promise we can get through this, okay? Let's be respectful of everyone and all points of view and refrain from the outbursts. I believe Councilmember Nelson wanted to go next.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
America is the greatest country in the world to live. I love this country, and I respect all the men and women who have gone to war to fight for our freedoms today. I respect all the Gold Star families who have lost their loved ones fighting for our freedoms. America has a legal system in place to create order within our country. We must follow and abide by that system. The Supreme Court has made a ruling on abortion. Regardless of one's opinion on abortion, creating local laws that contradict with federal laws is illegal and unconstitutional. Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution, otherwise known as the Supremacy Clause, provides that the Constitution and the laws of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Federal law takes precedent over local law. Passing an ordinance will not only go against federal law, but it will also go against Mason's charter. Section 101.07, Determination of Legislative Intent. A, when enacting an ordinance, it is presumed that, 1, compliance with the Constitution of the state and of the United States is intended. We would be in violation. 2, the entire ordinance is intended to be effective. 3, a just and reasonable result is intended. And 4, a result feasible with execution is intended. Our law director has already told us this would not be able to be enforced. Section 11.04, removal of elected officials. Any council member can be removed for a willful violation of this chapter. I take my job as a council member seriously. By enacting this ordinance, any council member can be removed from office. When local leaders begin enacting laws that are in violation of our residents' constitutional rights, we have a much larger problem. At what point do we stop? I am a huge Second Amendment right advocate. Will our local leaders ban our CCW rights because the majority, which is 4 people, vote to do so? I would hope not. This is a very dangerous path that we are walking down. We as council members have no right to enact any laws that ban abortions. It is very unfortunate. But this is how America works. Each and every one of you here today should be fighting at the federal level. If the city votes yes on this issue, it would be illegal for our officers to enforce. The city will most likely get sued. The ACLU has already done a public records request and could be preparing to sue the city of Mason if any anti-abortion bill is passed. When the city of Mason is sued, it is the taxpayers that are going to be paying the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in legal fees. Our taxes will most likely go up. We are naive to believe that Mark Lee Dixon will be paying our legal bills in the event that we get sued. Has he put up a bond or a guarantee that the money will be there? What law firm will he be using for our city? Are they qualified enough? Some of the largest companies of Mason have been threatened with boycotts, and our smaller businesses have also been threatened. Many of these companies are already suffering from the pandemic. What will happen to our city's revenues? We have already gotten a number of calls from large businesses who are having trouble finding talent. This will have a huge impact on Mason, and the impact that we can't even enforce. At the local level, what we should be doing is enacting laws that can help care for and educate women who find themselves in this situation. These are the things that local leaders can be doing, and these are the things that our local leaders should be doing. Let's be proactive on this issue. Again, I am a staunch conservative who believes in America. Local laws trying to trump federal laws will cause mayhem in the country that I love dearly. I will fight to the end to protect our system in this country. God bless America.
Please. Okay, I have a couple questions about that. My understanding of this local piece of legislation is that it takes the law as far as it can go without contradicting Roe versus Wade or Casey versus Planned Parenthood or any constitutional rights of Americans. Is this directly in contradiction with the Roe versus Wade ruling? Is there someone that, can you speak to that, or can you speak to that? I know a lot of people have said that, but my understanding is that this actually fits and works with Roe versus Wade. It is a question I would like to get some clarification on.
Well, Mayor, I'm probably not going to give you or anyone on council the clarification that you're looking for on that type of a question. What I've said in the past is any advice that I would have for this council related to the constitutionality of an ordinance or the legality or enforceability of an ordinance would be attorney-client privileged communication. It's not the kind of thing on any type of ordinance that we would discuss in a forum like this. I don't give legal advice to any clients in this type of forum. So I'm not going to be able to give you that type of an answer. I can tell you my understanding from the folks who drafted this ordinance is that that is their position.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have anything you would want to add to help us with understanding on that?
No, just from my review of the ordinance, I certainly understand it to be not in conflict with Roe versus Wade and constitutional the way it's presented. So.
Thank you. And I understood that to be the case from other attorneys I've spoken to. Believe me, I had questions in the beginning, including those who discussed it on Lebanon City Council. I watched that meeting, of course, and spoke to some of those members. Another question I have is about the concern over corporations and businesses, and I want to validate your concern because I have that concern as well. And I understand that there have been some phone calls that have come to our city, and we were given an anecdotal example over the phone today of one situation where a potential new hire declined to take a position in Mason. My question about that is, have we any substantial evidence that that has been a systemic effect in Ohio since it's passed the heartbeat bill? Governor DeWine signed that into law in the spring of 2019. It is not enjoined in our county and in most counties in Ohio. Have we seen an exodus of major corporations from the state of Ohio? I don't think we have. And so, but I certainly hear the concerns that have been raised, and believe me, I don't like to hear that. I don't like to hear that anybody is unhappy in our community, but that has been listened to and carefully regarded by me. And I disagree with your position that this is a local law that is in violation of federal law, but I think at this time it'd be appropriate to move on to any other council members who wish to comment.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a few
Yes,
comments.
Mr. Chance.
Yeah. I mentioned this several times last time I spoke on this thing. it's extremely sad in here. It's extremely sad because I see two different factions doing the exact same thing. There is no, it's making me, I got my head spinning, but it makes me think about when we went to a forum that the Maid Chamber presented and put on, and 4 of us decided to show up. The question was, where do you think your local law should be on social issues? And it made me think, and Mr. Pelfrey, I want to bring up something with you. I want to thank you for calling me and Councilmember Stricula, sitting down and getting a better understanding of where we are coming from. I thought it was a great conversation. We walked away from those conversations. I don't know if we agreed completely with each other, but we shake hands, we said a prayer, and we left. So thank you for that. So I was hoping maybe you would have addressed a little bit of that when you brought up that I am the one that said I don't think Jesus would be very happy with this. And the reason why is because when Mike Dardis asked me that question, it was really simple for me. I'm going to go to my community, I'm going to go to my pastor, and then I'm going to go to the foot of the cross. I'm not going to go to politicians. It is that simple. And here locally, we all know it's not, whoever Sam is, I don't know if Sam is still here. She stood up with the voice of reason. She told us where our charter was and where we are supposed to be. And Councilman or Vice Mayor Gill, I respect you getting up and saying all that, and that was a good campaign speech. But that's not what we're here to talk about.
Member Chance, could we reel it back in, please?
And I mean, the bottom line is, so wherever Sam is, I want to thank her for standing up with the voice of logic, because I see a gentleman in here that I took an email that was really the point of our discussion. I sent an email, and it absolutely breaks my heart that we don't have the opportunity to do this, because that email was bastardized into something saying that we were not doing. And that email was for 5 certain people. It wasn't an invitation to everybody. And what we were doing was, as I mentioned in my last time, Councilmember Stricula's citizens of Mason were sitting with certain nonprofits, certain ministers, to talk about what are some of these infrastructure, these wraparound services that we can have for women. Because guess what? I'm pro-life, and I hate abortion. Well, you guys can have your opinion. You don't know me, but that you can form your opinion. I am, and I hate abortion. But the bottom line is, I cannot vote for something that just because it has a tagline in it, but absolutely when you read through this, hey, is the aiding and abetting still in there?
Well, you would know if you had read through it,
I know,
sir.
I'm just asking a question. Is it?
No.
It's not in there.
It has to do with anything that occurs within the city limits, and I can tell that you didn't read it. and
No,
you
I did read it. I was asking.
Well, I don't know, because we gave you
Okay,
the
so let's
copy.
give a scenario.
So let's reel it back in and keep our comments germane
All right,
to the motion on the floor,
let's
please.
have a scenario. My wife and I have had 3 different addicts live with us in our basement.
Germane to the motion on the floor, please.
The aiding and abetting, I'm going to make it very germane. All right, so listen, I'm talking. So the aiding and abetting side of things is, what happens if I go on vacation with my family? And this young gal, I have no idea no idea, goes and gets an abortion. I have no idea about it. And some fine officer in Mason, Ohio is going to knock on my door and say, hey, did you know so-and-so had an abortion on March 19th?
Clearly, you did not read the legislation
And
with
happens
the amendment.
in Ohio. But what happens with people like, with political operatives, what they're going to do is they're going to take legal and they're going to take the government and they're going to weaponize it.
Again, not
exactly
germane,
what's
and
going to
most
be happening.
unfortunate that you're misinforming the public.
I'm not, so it is, I think, you know, Sam, wherever you are, Councilmember Nelson brought up some fabulous points in regards to what are we doing here? I am a Mason City Council person. That's what I am.
I contest it to Sam.
And I am just sitting here, and if I look at our charter and I look at what we are supposed to be doing, this is absolutely insane that we're having this conversation. Absolutely insane. How many of you have been to the state or the national level arguing and fighting for this? A share of hands. All right, maybe 4%, 5%. And I encourage you, and I have told Mike Ganadakis, who is the president of Right to Life, who is a friend of mine, I told him, hey, wherever it's appropriate, I'll stand with you. But guess what? I'm a Mason City Council person. And if we read our charter doesn't address this. And Vice Mayor Gill, you know, with all due respect, when I took this job, this isn't what I was, this is what, and so to the point of Councilmember Nelson and what Councilmember Stricula and Councilmember Bradburn wanted to do is, why wouldn't we take it to the voters? If this is something that the electorate wants, why don't we? I don't understand. I don't understand the big deal. I do not understand the big deal. If this is a slam dunk, why not? I just don't understand that.
Audience, we need,
Good.
Audience,
Hey,
please.
That's your option.
Mr.
But that's my
Member Chance?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, are you finished?
I am finished.
Okay, Member Bradburn, did you want to speak next? Did you want to speak next?
Mayor, if I may, it has been contentious. We've had a lot of discussion in regards to restricting women's rights. No matter what happens with this ordinance, if you want an abortion, you can get an abortion. The only thing we're saying here that this ordinance says is we would prefer not to have it in the city of Mason in the future. That's all. Please let me speak, please. I've seen the Sharonville situation. I worked in Sharonville. I worked at Ford Motor Company, and I would see the protest out there. I remember the discussion the doctor had. I don't think that's something that I want in Mason. When this first started out, I made the comment, I wanted Mason to be known as a place of fun, where you come for Kings Island, where you come for Great Wolf, where you come for whatever. In the very near future, we're going to be known for coming for an Olympic swimming pool for our Manta Ray team. And I don't want Mason to be known as a place where Aunt so-and-so had her abortion. Aunt so-and-so can get her abortion in Cincinnati. Aunt so-and-so can get her abortion in Dayton. So nobody's rights to abortion are being denied by this ordinance. So the bottom line is, I will vote in favor of it and take it from there.
Thank you, Member Bradburn. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion on the floor? Member Stricula, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
This is obviously, an extremely emotional issue, a very passionate issue on both sides. We've heard that tonight. I have a couple of points, but maybe it'd be better if I just address some of the concerns that were brought up from some of the comments. And bear with me just a moment. This is not written down. But one of the things we talked about, or we heard, were protecting against children being thrown on the curb. regulating businesses, prohibiting this type of business. We heard it was called a land use issue. This, and Councilmember Bradburn just alluded to it, this does not actually stop abortions. I'm pro-life, so I want to stop abortions, but this does not stop abortions. We have this little written handout that was given to us, a Q&A thing. It says, Sanctuary City for the Unborn ordinance for Mason, Ohio does not prevent pregnant mothers in Mason, Ohio from getting an abortion outside the city limits of Mason, Ohio. All the ordinance does is prevent a pregnant mother from ever getting an abortion within city limits. So where you're getting an abortion today, you can get an abortion tomorrow. So we're not stopping abortions at all. We are, another concern, this was actually sent to me in a private email. A friend of mine actually reached out, and she was lamenting about the concerns of the Plan B pill and that her stepson had some serious issues with it because it was a failed attempt at an abortion through the Plan B pill, and that we needed to pass this ordinance to stop the same thing from happening again. Unfortunately, this ordinance actually specifically says, that, oh, there it is. It does not prevent, and it does not include Plan B, morning after pills, or emergency contraceptives. So it doesn't even stop the Plan B pill. So we're not stopping abortions. We're not stopping the Plan B pill. So what about stopping abortion clinics from coming to the city of Mason? Because that would be an easy one. Let's do that. Well, Mr. Forbes and I actually had a couple hours of conversations, hours starting back in June, saying, hey, let's just zone this thing out. Let's get rid of it. We talked 2 weeks ago for an hour. We talked today for about a half an hour, saying, why can't we just zone out abortion clinics? We do not have the authority to zone out any businesses. This isn't, unfortunately, a land use issue. It's been brought up that sexually oriented businesses were zoned out. Unfortunately, they weren't zoned out. We just made the zoning so difficult that they wouldn't want to do business here. We can't do that. Whether we like it or not, an abortion clinic is listed as a healthcare facility. And so we can't zone out a healthcare facility. So we're not stopping abortions. We're not stopping the Plan B pill. We're not stopping an abortion clinic from coming to the city of Mason. And this was the largest argument I think that I heard tonight, was we don't want that here. We don't want the same thing that happened in Sharonville to happen here. I agree. I don't want the same thing to happen here either. But this ordinance does not do that. A Planned Parenthood, an abortion clinic, could still come to the city of Mason and open up shop. And it's unfortunate, but that's the truth. That's what happens. This ordinance, unfortunately, doesn't do what we want it to do. What it does do, however, is it does open up the city, it opens up the taxpayers to potentially years of litigation. There's an army of attorneys sitting at Planned Parenthood, ACLU, wherever they want to be, who are just waiting for a city like ours to pass something like this, with no guarantee that we're going to be successful. It also sets a very dangerous precedent. Councilmember Nelson alluded to it, that what role do we want government to have, especially the local governments, a municipal government, to have in deciding what is and is not a constitutional right for the residents living here? Again, whether we agree with it or not, in this case, we say, hey, we don't want abortions. We agree with that. But what's next? And if it's not guns, and we have circumvented Roe v. Wade here. But think about it, if it's guns, they're not going to outlaw guns, they'll outlaw the bullets for your guns. Our founding fathers did not think about your constitutional rights being dependent on what cities you're driving through at the time. And again, look, this is something that we want to stop, but this is not the place to do it. It's the right battle, it's the wrong battleground. And I'm sorry, but I simply cannot vote for this ordinance.
Anyone else? Member Honorlaw?
It's been an honor and a privilege to be able to bring this ordinance to Mason. I'm going to thank Mark Lee Dixon and Lori Byers for their help in bringing this to my attention. There's 7 people on this council that all fight to be able to say they have an R next to their name. This is not this difficult. This should have been a unifying issue here for a bunch of Republicans to be able to keep the, and
Well, let's just hang on just a second. We'll wait till the audience is ready.
so
Well, we do have an overflow room for you if you would like to go outside and listen to the dialogue, but be loud, or, you can hear outside in the hallway.
So this shouldn't be that difficult for a bunch of Republicans that all say they're pro-life. As we've heard it said over and over again, this does keep Planned Parenthood out of Mason. It keeps abortion clinics out of Mason. If you're pro-life, it's not rocket science right there. So, I've worked very hard to not do a single interview with anybody that's asked for the last 4 months on this because I was accused of making it political. So I'm going to try not to do any more than what I just said right there. To talk about the issue, someone that would be, I make it very clear that I am a conservative Republican that's pro-life. I've made it on all my literature. I've made it on all my signs. When you vote for me, that's what you get. If that doesn't line up with you, don't vote for me. I'm not someone that's trying to be in the middle, trying to earn your vote. This is who I am. And I would hope that you would want that out of everybody that you vote for. I said the other day, and I think even Vice Mayor Gilbo alluded to it, the two things Jim Jordan talks about that everybody hates is that he hates it when there's a double standard for elected officials, and he hates it when they run as one thing and then do something else in office. And that's exactly what we're trying to clarify here, is that if you're pro-life, this should be an easy issue for you. So I'm disappointed. I really thought that we'd have 7 people voting for this. So as somebody without my faith, I'd probably be a libertarian. I could agree completely. Let me read this so nobody gets confused, okay? So I could agree completely with everything that the pro-choice crowd today, and has been saying over the last few months, what they've said. They're right that the abortion is a personal, private matter that should not be restricted in any way. They are right that we shouldn't interfere with personal choices. They're all right that pro-lifers should stay out of this decision. Yes, I could agree completely if what you say? If the unborn are not human beings. The issue is the unborn is a human being. Embryonic science proves this. This is the absolute truth. We're talking about human beings here from conception. The issue that divides us is not that some are pro-choice and some are anti-choice. The truth is I'm vigorously pro-choice when it comes to us choosing a number of our moral goods. I support the right to choose our own health care provider, to choose our own schools, to choose our own spouse, to choose our own jobs, to choose our own religion, to choose our own career, to choose if you want to get the concealed carry, to choose if you want to get the vaccine. These are all your choices. These are among the many choices that I fully support in our country. But some choices are wrong, like killing innocent human beings simply because they're in the way and cannot defend themselves. No, we shouldn't be allowed to choose that. So again, the issue that separates us is not one of pro-choice and anti-choice. The issue that divides us is just one question, and that's what is the unborn? Let me be clear. If the unborn is a human being, killing him or her to benefit others is a serious moral wrong. It treats the distinct human being with his or her own inherent moral worth as nothing more than a disposable instrument. Conversely, if the unborn are not human, killing them through elective abortion requires no more justification than having your tooth pulled. To be clear, and I believe the science of embryology backs it up, I believe that we should treat the rights of the unborn baby like we treat the rights of a toddler. And you've heard me mention in times past, if we're talking about the unborn, no matter what stage it's at, the same example would be for a toddler. So whether or not we're talking of it's rape, whether it's financial difficulty, whether it's unplanned, if you wouldn't kill the toddler, you shouldn't be killing the baby before it's born. I believe that it could be demonstration, and I should actually put this book up here, because I tell you what, this book right here, let me just say, The Case for Life by Scott Klusendorf, even for everybody, if everybody right here says that this book can go through, even the ones that are pro-life, go through and it'll help you. It's an apologetics book on pro-life. So there are 4 reasons why, and it would be discrimination would be size, level of development, environment, and degree of dependency. And the book goes into detail on this. I'm going to stop there, but I just want to say, notice I didn't mention much about my faith. And I heard somebody else use a scripture that I love, and it says that God hates the shedding of God hates the shedding of innocent blood. Sorry. And you know, I think that's true whether it's something that happens on the streets or whether it's that innocent blood in the womb. And so for that reason, I'm all for keeping abortion clinics out of Mason. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Honorlaw.
Mayor,
Yes, Member Stricula?
if I can, just a quick question.
Certainly.
Mr. Forbes, would you mind, does this ordinance prevent an abortion clinic or Planned Parenthood from entering the city of Mason?
No.
Thank you.
No, but it criminalizes the act of performing the abortion. But it clearly,
I'd really like to hear his answer, and I'm sure
Well-
you would too.
I've talked about this from the very beginning. Municipalities do not have the authority to zone out that particular use. So if your question is, does this ordinance prohibit that use? No, it does not. If a clinic had property that met the appropriate zoning code and in the appropriate district, it would be a permitted use there. What this ordinance does is criminalize some of the services that may be provided at such a clinic.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I would think
you didn't know
all our laws that we have, laws about rape, don't stop rape, but they criminalize it and they deter a big portion of that, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. Anything else, Member Honorlaw? Okay. Anyone else have anything about the motion on the floor? Thank you all on council. Yeah, I think deterrent is a better word, and that is certainly, I think, within our lane, the scope in local government. And I believe that we have been seated here to make these difficult decisions. The question of whether to refer this to the electorate has been raised many times, and I understand that some would like to see that. And as I've watched these meetings unfold since August and the many difficult conversations that have occurred, I've seen the divide, the dissension, and I've seen and I hear the heckling and the lack of regard and decorum for those who have different viewpoints. And I'm hearing it more from one side than the other, to be honest. And I think that's fair to say. And my concern is that by us referring this to the electorate or deferring it to the electorate lengthens this process, but also puts the city and our community in a position where there is all of this conflict and signs. I can only imagine what the yard signs would say based on some of them that I've seen in here and on social media. And I don't think that's what our community would want from us as council members. And I prefer to bear this burden and take on this responsibility over our residents and our neighborhoods that are full of children. And I think someone said it so well when she said, don't underestimate the deep bench of the pro-life community in the city of Mason. And of our 34,000 residents, I know they all were not here tonight vocalizing their viewpoints, but we can look at data, we can look at election results in our precincts and in Warren County, and we can look at certain statistics that give us a very good idea of where our electorate would fall on this matter. And I'm sure that you can handle hearing a viewpoint that's different from yours, but this is kind of the case in point. I don't want this rife through our neighborhoods. I'd rather it happen right here. And it is the electorate's, if the electorate wants to do something different on its own initiative, it has the power to do that. I would like to address Dr. Brin's argument, who came so bravely. He emailed us right in the beginning, the doctor from Sharonville. And, you know, I've got to admit that I was concerned about the difficulty that this issue could bring, and trying to understand the legislation and making sure that it was a safe piece of legislation for our community. And I got a lot of advice, and it puts our law director in a tough position to ask him questions in front of the public. And so Jeff, I thank you for being so gracious and patient with us as we tried to understand the legislation, and he's explained it so well to us and advised us so well, and I'm very grateful for that. Dr. Brin made a compelling argument, and when I read his letter, it made me feel much more confident that this was a good choice for our community to protect our residents and our businesses and our property owners, and to protect the character of our community and to promote a culture of life. Some of the arguments that I've heard for the pro-choice argument, the abortion supporters, so many times mentioned, and I saw many young women, teenagers, come to us and say that they didn't believe they could have careers or finish college or have a good quality of life if they were faced with an unplanned pregnancy. And it made me so sad that they genuinely believed that at such young age. And it isn't true. And I just want to say that women can. I just want to say that women can, and your access is not going to change. Women's access in Mason will be the same today if this passes, and it will be the same tomorrow. But we need to stop telling women that they can't, and we need to stop telling young girls that they can't, because they can. They can. And there are two women that I have met in my own life that I would like to thank personally from the bottom of my heart for believing that they could. And to Carrie and Jamie, thank you, because the indelible mark that you've left on my life will always be appreciated and treasured. Thank you for believing that you could, and you did. And we've been so blessed because of that. I think it's time, Council. If no one else has anything.
Real quick.
Member Chance?
Sure, I heard those stats that you said about Mason residents, how many people, the big bench of pro-life and everything else. You know, my question is, why would we not take I think into I know? I don't get that.
Well, we know that,
understand that.
Member Chance, we
Because
know that
you're sitting there
over 60% of our electorate votes Republican.
Okay.
And that the Republican Party has a pro-life platform. And we can also go around our community. We may not have every pro-life supporter here in this building today, but they're there. And they hold their belief so deeply and so sacredly, and that must also be considered.
What?
Let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Gill,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
No.
Go for it. So, Mayor, that was 4 affirmative votes. The Ordinance 108 was presented as an emergency, and as we discussed at the prior meeting, it takes 5 votes to adopt something as an emergency. So it failed in the sense that the emergency clause is ineffective, but it did receive 4 affirmative votes. So the ordinance does pass. It will not go into effect for 30 days. So I believe that that's November 24th is the effective date.
Okay.
Mayor, campus security, they're in.
We'll be taking a recess. Welcome back, everybody. Are we good up there, Danny? Yes, we're good. All right, we are at item 9 on the agenda, ordinance 2021-09. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved?
Jeff?
All in favor?
Oh, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Thank you.
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Hastings Air Energy Control, Inc. to overhaul the diesel exhaust removal system at Fire Station 52.
Eric? Oh, Kurt? Excuse me.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This is a system that we have looked into, and the fire department has researched two ways, either completely replacing the system or just renovating the equipment that we have. This was actually put in 1998 in our Station 52. And prior to the 2000s, these systems were not commonly used in fire stations. Staff's research recommends that we just replace or overhaul certain aspects of the system, and we can do that at a cost not to exceed $23,900, where if we were to replace the entire system, it could be $75,000 to $100,000. We believe that the lifespan could be used for another 10 to 15 years with this overhaul. And included in the budget this year was $30,000 in contingency funds that could be used towards this project. So ordinance 2021-109 is recommended for adoption. I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? And a motion to adopt.
So moved?
Second?
Any council discussion on this one? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
Item 10 is ordinance 2021-110. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Authorizing the city manager to continue the Come Together Mason e-gift card program.
Eric?
Yes, Mayor, this is some action that we have talked about several times. You recall, over a year ago, the city rolled out a number of small business assistance programs. One of them is what we've called the Come Together Mason e-gift card program, or YIFTY, Nifty Yifty. That actually was the fulfillment of ambition that staff had had for many years to find a way where we could direct incentive type of elements to the local business community. How we had done that as part of the programs is the sewer fund was used as part of forgiving sewer payments for a month and then generating revenues via emails to express that gratitude by sending gift cards to all sewer customers. As those gift cards have expired and there's now a need to transition that program as discussed because the sewer fund paid for funds that the city still has access to in amounts that weren't redeemed. The general fund needs to reimburse the sewer fund to essentially acquire the balance of those gift cards. The intent of that we had described in the long-term ambition had been to transition that into a program that would be used primarily for economic development. We could use that as incentives. One of our ambitions is when new corporations move into the city that we would use this to help those employees become familiar with local vendors. One of the things the Mason does well in generating corporate development is also one of the strengths for smaller businesses by generating a larger customer base, and this would illustrate that. So what this action does is it reimburses the sewer fund for the residual balance. There was a $703,000 paid from the sewer fund, and there's $162,000 that remains unused, which means the balance of over $600,000 went to the direct benefit both of residents utilizing those and the businesses they chose to patronize. By moving those funds, we then anticipate annually budgeting dollars to keep this program alive, transition it to an economic development, as well as to be used for incentives for programming at the community center, various other items. We mentioned earlier, council passed a motion for the gift card program for employees. All of those now provides us an avenue to direct those type of incentives to the local business community. So this ordinance helps us do all of those things, and it is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. All right. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. Any council discussion on this one? All right, let's call the roll, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget that? I need a motion to adopt. I'm so sorry.
So moved. Second. Second.
Okay, and we did council discussion. Sorry, I lost my place there. Okay, let's call the roll then.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
All right, item 11 on the agenda is ordinance 2021-111. We need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved?
All in favor? Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement and an economic participation agreement related to the purchase of approximately 27 acres of the former Western Row Golf Course.
Eric?
Yes, Mayor, cover this briefly. This is an exciting opportunity, one that has been a lot of work, actually over several years. The Western Row Golf Course, I think as council and the audience knows, has a long history in the city of Mason, both as a golf course as well as various iterations of potential development there that met with different levels of success, tended to be rely on a heavy residential use. Staff have been working with various developers, have reached the point where the current development proposal would allow the city to acquire approximately 40% of that property that otherwise may have been residential for office business park development, and then the 60% for a high-quality mixed-use commercial and residential development. What that hinges on the city acquiring 27 acres at a cost of $2.1 million, with the intent to reserve that investment for job development in the future. That future business park is projected to position the city to create up to 800 new jobs with a potential payroll of $60 million with completion. The intent would be, and there's no current tenant, this would be an investment reserving this, but to focus on a project that would make use of ample green space, vertical parking, vertical office development, as well as sidewalks, walking trails, water features to create more of a community gathering space amongst the office development and the neighboring mixed use. The mixed use development would consist of, I'm sorry, I just lost my place here. 70-acre mixed use development that would consist of both residential, 22-acre development with $75 million investment of upscale neighborhood retail, restaurants, a 40,000 square foot specialty company, as well as a catalyst partner that work is continuing to be done on locating. With this development, the city would acquire this attractive space to continue our investment in office. It would also enjoy benefits by the joint development of it. There's significant infrastructure needs for the development of the space. $500,000 would go towards infrastructure that would benefit both sides, things such as grading the entire site, roadway development, and then $200,000 for a public-private recruitment partnership with the catalytic partner. Additional action that will be needed, this would kick off the proposal process with the residential retail developer moving towards planning commission plans and approvals. Additional formal action by council would be to fulfill a tax increment financing district and special assessment district, which are also proposed by the developer to accelerate the development in the next few months. Phase 1 commercial development would estimate to commence in 2023, completion in 2024. Council's Economic Development Committee has discussed this on multiple occasions over many months and is recommending ordinance 2021-111 to move forward for approval.
Thank you. Council, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved. Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
In regards to the land use, there was, we talked to some developers over there on where the tower is, the WLW Tower. And what we looked at and then what's being presented was a little different in regards to having storage there now. And I view this as what we've done in the past, is buying this land or this parcel of land to basically benefit us being able to determine what's going there, opposed to a developer coming in and doing something along those lines. Is that accurate? I mean, is that one of the main thrust is, because like I said, this discussion has been going on since, I think, 17. And so now it's finally coming to fruition. I just want to make sure that is kind of what we're trying to guard against right there, that abuts some other properties.
Right. The city's participation in this, unlike maybe some of the other developments, by purchasing the property, entering into the agreements, the city is kind of creating some mutual obligations between us and the developer that will raise the quality of development. And I just got these earlier this afternoon, not in the memo there, from earlier proposals for the use of the golf course. There's a 73% plus or minus decrease in the residential density. For example, it went from 400 apartments, other proposals, to the current 0. Went from 491 residential to approximately 120. That's based on the city's ability to acquire the remaining parcel, preserve that for future job investment.
Yep.
So instead of solely a residential development, we'll now have some extra use, a higher-end residential component, as well as job creation, revenues for the city and the community in the future.
Excellent. That's what I thought. I appreciate that clarification.
Mayor, if I could follow up on Councilmember Chance's question. So I agree. I think it's a good proactive move on behalf of the city in terms of, because there's been a lot of discussion about that corner and the development of that Western Road Golf Course. And so certainly I support this effort to get involved in making sure we get the right mix of development in there. So certainly support this.
Anyone else? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gill?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes. All right, item 12 on the agenda is committee reports. Does anyone have a committee report to share with council?
Mayor?
Yes.
The Employee Relations Committee just met prior to council. We will be presenting ordinance in the next meeting. Most of it was executive session, so I'm not really able to discuss it, but we will be bringing legislation to the table next week, or I'm sorry, next meeting.
Thank you very much. Member Hunterlaw?
Mayor, we did have a Wellness Committee report on 10/20, I believe it is what I have here. Is that right? Yes. So we did talk about the bike trail, and that it connects starting at the sports park over off Mason Mara Mill Grove behind the Houston. Right there's where the sports park is, and that we're officially connected to the Lebanon and the Little Miami bike trail. You both correct me if I'm. And we now have 78 miles connected there. What we talked about mostly there was the different signage. So when you pull into that park, you'll be able to find out how to get to that. So that way it'll help you get onto that bike path that'll take you. It's a big deal. We to be able to get this bike trail connected is a great accomplishment, and we worked with Lebanon with that too. The other thing we discussed was we had golf updates talking about the irrigation system. It's going out to bid. I have 10/26, but I wanted to refer to make sure I had that correct as what Eric had on our notes, and that it should get a bid by 11/16. I'm gonna let you correct me on that, Jennifer. And so by the time we get this, the fall of 2022 would be the start of the irrigation construction on the Mason golf course there. So the other notes I had actually was coming in, some of those came from having a conversation with Chief Moore a little bit, talking a little more about, in detail about the Herdzan report, which is I call it the revised master plan for the golf course. Eric, I don't know if I'm correct with that. I think the key to that, let's see if I left that off my notes, but the key is that we're keeping the 18 holes and the 4 academy holes as is, that nothing there is getting changed. But it did talk about the irrigation, but mostly on this was that the bunkers and the tees on all 22 holes are getting addressed. Approximately 85 total bunkers. About 12 will be new, but it also will eliminate 20 others approximately. The next process will be to share that with the golf course community, and then it'll be out to bid before January. So, and then that process takes, to do the bunkers, I had it down as about 60 days. The biggest issue, which we'd heard talking about drainage issues out there, but the drainage issue with the bunkers is what fixing the bunkers and the drainage issue together there would fix that. The other issue we discussed, and I'm going to pass this off to Tony if he wants, we talked about the dog park. Tony, do you, I have notes, I know I'm throwing this out to you, but we talked about the size, the fencing.
We talked about the size, the fencing, the greeting area, or some people call it a sally port where the dogs get in and so on and so forth. Gave staff some direction. They're going to go ahead and come back with some cost estimates and probably put it in the budget, and then we can also consider it at the budget time. But it would not probably be ready until really summer. We talked different types of fencing and fountains for the dog. As much as, Eric wanted a pool for the dogs, like Fairfield, we talked the administration out of that at this point in time. So.
It's something that I did learn because Tony is passionate and has dogs and has a new one, but so he's at a dog park often, and I found it interesting that some of the surrounding areas have, and the mayor has dogs and is always at the dog parks, but I have the vestibule of a concrete pad when you first go in, and then it goes from concrete, then it will go to. I had it as artificial grass, and then from there to mulch, and then from mulch to the natural grass. So it helps the dogs get cleaned as they're out playing as they come in. But with it, we talked about the different park benches, sizes, the fountains, shade structures, and but it was a 5-acre area, and we're talking about fencing in about 3 acres of that, and it'll be divided in half for different areas. That's so far where we're at. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of exciting things to come. And these are just major park improvements for the Mason Sports Park. It's going to be so well loved and used. We talked about our dog park experiences. They're very heavily used amenities at parks. Like dozens of people and dogs per hour come at the one nearest to my house, which is at Voice of America. So we're big fans, except for the mud. So we were trying to work on things about mud. Another topic that came up with the golf course, and you mentioned the new master plans. I thought I saw in the memo that they're actually on display at the Golf Center now. Is that correct? Yeah, and then November 4th, I think, there's supposed to be a public input meeting. I just jotted down a couple notes when I read that memo. And another topic that came up at the Golf Center meeting, and I think this is really important that we state this for the record. I know of no council member or candidate, for that matter, that has any plans to or desire to sell the golf course or any part of the golf course. There are some rumors circulating out there, and I just want everybody to know that I never even would imagine it, but I think that probably everybody agrees on that, and if anybody wants to add to that, now's a good opportunity. I'm really excited about finally, some really, really neat changes and much needed improvements are on the horizon. We're getting close. Anyone else?
Mayor, so I will say, so we did bring that up in the Wellness Committee when we had Chief there, and we had I think one member of the public, and so it was just curious, hearing the rumors, and I wanted to ask the city staff myself just to see if they had heard of any council member that was wanting to sell it, and they had all said no, and I didn't know anything why that would be out there either. But it's nice to know that we were all happy with the progress and the investment that we're taking into, the $2 million that we currently have. I think it's $6 million over 3 years. Is that correct? What is that? I'm sorry. Yes? Thank you. I think it was. It was $2 million.
It could be.
Now.
The initial plan had been for $2 million improvements over 3 years.
Over 3 years. Yeah. Thank you. So that's a big investment into the golf course and trying to clean that up, get that running back, and
Mayor?
Financially stable.
So I was the chair of the golf course committee for, I think, about 4 years, and truly enjoyed working with those folks out there, because I don't think it's no secret that that's where I learned to play golf. I view this as an heirloom, and so I did fight hard too. We had Jack Nicklaus come out, which was really cool. Got to ride in a golf cart with him, and we went through a lot of different iterations. And the Hersdan report was brought up, but I'd be remiss, because while I was on the golf course committee, there was only one opposition to a lot of the stuff we were doing, and Mr. Hunterlaw, that was you. I mean, you're on video. That we taped these things, and you said that you would entertain selling the golf course because it doesn't make money. You turned down buying a lawnmower for the golf course. You turned down purchasing equipment many times. So, to your point, to say you never did that, are you denying that?
Mayor, I don't remember that statement.
Okay.
Maybe I did. If he's saying it's on camera, I think.
Yeah. Well, I just want people to be aware.
We were talking about the golf course losing over $900,000 a year at one time. It was down to $700,000 when you were on the committee managing it, and it never came up as an issue for you. And I started when I got elected. I found out and learned about it for the first time, and I brought that up. I said I want to start pointing that out.
Enough.
So.
Oh, geez. All right. So what we'll do is we'll provide some details behind that. But
okay.
Yes,
Yeah, we
just to
look
be
forward to
fair,
that.
I don't want. I know it's election season, and that's happening.
Making political.
Okay, hold on.
I'm
We've
just
lost-
saying.
We've lost order.
Don't act like you never.
Member
not want to
Chance,
sell the golf
I just said, let's hold
Okay.
on and bring it back to order. Your comments have to be directed through the chair, not at each other.
Mayor,
And the
I will-
invitation to discuss a positive about the golf course.
I love the
not
positive.
an invitation for campaigning
But it's
for
not-
anybody.
Mayor?
However, I do recall that Member Chance was on the golf committee, and I recall that Member Hunterlaw was very concerned about a lot of deficit spending, and the community was concerned about deficit spending and poor conditions of the course. And so there is no intention of any council member at this time that I know of, or any candidate that I know of, to sell the golf course. That was the point. If you want to affirm that point, that's great. But if you don't have the evidence to back it up, then...
We do.
Mayor, I do have the evidence.
Okay, well then bring it on.
If
But
I can
giggling
speak,
and
please.
jeering and heckling and all of that,
All right,
it's so inappropriate, and I'm so over it right now, Member Chance. So let's follow the rules, okay?
Yeah.
Member Nelson, did you have something
Yes,
to add?
I actually do. The reason this is coming up is because the golf course, the Grizzly Coalition, supports us for candidates. And TJ Honerlaw wrote them a letter completely lying about us, stating that we do not support it. And in reality, Ashley and I have been fighting for this golf course for many years. And in fact, nothing has happened in the last 2 years, and nothing happened before because we couldn't get the votes. And so to sit here now during a campaign season and act like you're for the golf course is just disturbing. We have it on video numerous times where you stated the golf course was a waste of money, the city of Mason should not own a golf course, and we should sell it.
Plenty of times.
And it was time and time and time again.
Okay, so Mayor, if I can respond to that, I think we should be talking council business and not trying to score political points. If I said that, I'll own it. I mean, but all I know is back when I first learned about it, the $900,000 was a lot of money to me.
It wasn't
And
$900,000.
that's a total.
All right,
Mayor, that's a total.
enough.
Can I finish my point
Wait.
without getting interrupted? So anyway, so it's not about scoring political points. Let's try to keep it council business here now. I'm perfectly happy to be able to defend the fact that once the Herdsand report came from Columbus and said that this actually golf course could run and be breaking even if everything was handled correctly, there was hope. My gosh, we can actually fix this, which nobody addressed until I brought that up. So I'm happy
You
to
don't
see
even know
that
the
we actually
numbers.
have an avenue now to handle the amount of debt that we've been dealing with the golf course. So with that being said, maybe we can stick to the agenda. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I would think that you had all the votes that you ever needed back then, and I certainly would have supported it. So, okay, so we now know it's all out there. We're not planning to sell the golf course. We're actually planning to sink $6 million into it over the next 3 years, and that is darn exciting. So, I'm very glad about that. All right, does anybody else have a committee report before we move on? Anybody? All right, we have some Veterans Day activities coming up. We went over that in our city manager's report. Does anybody from the Veterans Committee have anything to add to that?
Mayor, that
Yes?
committee will be meeting later this week, and I expect that'll be one of our items is fine-tune that. We just wanted to get the news out today.
Great, thank you so much. All right, item 13, old and new business.
Mayor? Yes. So as most of you know, someone sent out a flyer and branded it to make it look like it was from the city of Mason. They illegally used the trademark, and they also used the name Mason Matters, which used to be the old newsletter of Mason. I just want to let you know that I have a pretty good feeling I know who did this, but we are doing a full investigation. This actually is in a violation of trademark law. If I find out that a sitting council member or a commissioner used their permission to distribute fraudulent literature intended to deceive our residents, pretending to be from the city of Mason, I will do everything in my power to see that they are removed from office.
Anything else to add on that? Okay. I'm just guessing that you took a shot at me, and I'm going to answer that. I have seen the literature. I got one in the mail. The literature, I don't see that it has the city's logo on it, but it is properly identified with a disclaimer on it. It is clearly not from the city of Mason, and it is not meant to be, well, it is not from the city of Mason because it is not disclaimed by the city of Mason. Sorry, you were waving it around and my eye got distracted. I did see a piece of literature that came that does have trademark on it that doesn't belong to the sender of that, which is from the campaign of Diana Nelson with the Republican trademark logo, which is trying to imply that the Warren County GOP with the RNC trademark next to that endorsed her and others in the campaign. So I hope that you'll be doing a full investigation on that one as well.
I think you should.
And
I'm a full registered Republican. I have voted Republican my whole entire life.
but did you get the
And I am endorsed
from the
by some of the most
RNC?
prominent Republicans in Warren
But
County.
hold on, did you get the
And
endorsement
you,
of the
by the
RNC
way, which
to
I
use
have
its
on
logo?
video, fraudulently called this meeting of the Warren County Central Committee and lied to them. You did not invite all members, and you voted. And who got to vote? TJ Honerlaw and Marjorie Murray, who are running. The chair of our Warren County Republican Party resigned because of this. These are just unethical things that you guys should not be doing. If you don't think you can carry it yourself, then maybe you shouldn't be in this position.
Well, let's unpack that. First of all, I did not call the meeting. The meeting was called by the chair of the Warren County Republican Party.
Forced.
I don't believe
By
it was
TJ.
forced. He called it. I don't think TJ has the authority.
TJ, you
or
pass
anyone
petitions
else.
around.
you could not vote on the matter unless you were a member of the executive committee. So I
But you
don't
didn't
recall.
didn't invite all of them.
No, the chair of the meeting, the chair of the Warren County Republican Party invited everybody.
No, they
in the
didn't.
executive
There's
committee.
so many of there's so
Okay, well,
many
it was-
Central Committee members who were not invited, who knew nothing
How could
about
they
it.
not have been invited when an email went out inviting them?
Didn't go out
Multiple
to them.
emails went out to the entire
It
executive
was
committee.
selected by Lori Vyers.
No, that's not true. And
Yes,
you
it
have to
was.
take that up with Jeff Monroe, the Warren Party chairman at the time. And if you can get a written statement from him that he
I don't need a
selectively
written
invited
statement.
certain people.
So, Mayor,
Uh,
I can,
Well, hang on.
In fact, I think we need to just continue with
Uno
business.
falso, omnibus falso. If you lie about one thing, you're probably lying about a whole
Kathy,
thing.
you are the one who
And you are not
lies
telling the
all
truth.
the time, Kathy.
You're not
you,
telling
you
the
are,
truth.
You're a habitual liar, and our residents know this. Just from watching, Kathy, you continuously lie.
no.
That's absolutely false.
It's not false,
Okay.
Kathy. You have a problem.
Well, did you just lie?
Did not lie.
Did you use the RNC logo with permission from the RNC?
You don't need to use. You don't. You can use the Republican.
Well,
logo,
that one's
Kathy.
trademarked. That one's trademarked, and they protect their trademark on that one. Did you get permission?
Kathy,
Did you get permission? Yes or no?
I am a Republican. I am allowed to use.
So it
them,
sounds like
Kathy.
no, you didn't get permission, and you're accusing other people of fraudulent activity.
Well,
not cool. Member Hunter Law, I think you had a response.
Thank you. I was just going to say that there is so many things that were wildly wrong with, and it's okay.
I have a lot.
Don't-
We taped a lot of it,
have
so.
Not that you just don't understand, but the emails go out. Julie Byrne was the vice chair of the party. She sends those out, okay?
Well, a number of
Anybody
individuals
else?
didn't get it.
Wasn't by Lori Vyers, who isn't even on the board. So I don't know why you would throw out things that you obviously don't know anything about, but it's okay. I don't know everything either, but I'm just saying you have to have it a little bit right before you start making accusations. The other problem is I cannot use the Republican I can't put the elephant on any of my literature, and I'm the vice chair of the Republican Party, right? So I cannot do that, and so of course you cannot either. So that's an infringement, okay? Everything else that you said is just not true.
Okay.
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor?
Anyone else?
So in regards to this special vote on a Friday night at 6:30 with the Republican Party, I want you guys, the public, to know that the margin of victory was 2.
It's true.
That's also incorrect. You
It's
left
extremely
early.
I asked that night before I left, and I'll get that information. So margin of victory was 2, with Margin Mary and Mr. Hunter Law voting.
Well, the margin of victory on the vote that you're referring to was a vote on whether or not to endorse any candidates.
which spawned everything else.
No, then there was a subsequent vote after
Exactly.
that, which
But if
won
that-
by
if that
over
first
85%.
If that first vote failed, could the other ones happen?
Nope, they couldn't have.
Okay, so the margin of victory on the first vote was 2 and Mr. Hunter Law and Mrs. Murray was 2 people that got the vote for this, and they were the margin of victory. Now, does that sound like a coincidence?
Well-
Or does that sound like something that might have been planned? I don't know.
You know what? Sometimes the democratic process takes place, and that was the outcome of the vote on whether or not to endorse Republicans.
I totally agree with you.
And I believe
That's-
you
we've
should give
seen
some
that.
credit to the executive committee of the Warren County Republican Party, which really we shouldn't even be discussing out here. If you're,
Mayor,
these are
Mayor.
thoughtful conservatives that
Mayor, point of order. Can we
we do need to bring it in. I agree, but it's not true to say that
For your sentence, I mean, like right now, can we rail this thing back in?
there was a
back to-
2-person margin of error on the entire vote. You left early, and you didn't see everything or hear everything. All right, I agree, Member Stricula. We need to rein it back in because this isn't related to city business. I brought that up about the elephant, and then we kind of got on a tangent. All right, anything else that is related to city business and the council and the city of Mason? Okay, Member Member Chance, I brought this up at our last meeting, and you weren't here. and this was just a question. You mentioned that you were working with the Ohio Ethics Commission on correcting documents, and I did see a social media post that you had some clerical errors and you were working with the OEC, and you have corrected all of your
Yeah.
financial disclosures up through 2020.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up, because I think this is, yeah, and so this was extremely, you know, I called Mr. Stricula and talked to him about this, and Nostradamus told me that something like this was going to happen. And so back in April, I did receive a letter, and I was watching that meeting live last week, and you assigning motive when someone's not here, first of all, completely unprofessional. The meeting before that, you slap my hand like you regularly do and say, why wouldn't you come and talk to me before you bring it up here on council? You didn't give me that common courtesy.
Well, it was in the agenda.
But I wasn't here.
Well, I didn't know you were not going to be here.
Well, was I sitting here when you asked the questions that night at 12:30?
No. And
Okay.
so I said, I was
Okay.
going to ask these questions. He's not here, so I'm not asking any
So
questions.
again, I'm glad you brought that up, because, so what I did was I called the commission, had another friendly conversation with them, and I asked the question. I said, hey, who knows about this? Who knows about this, the commission complaint? You want to know the three people? Myself, the commission, and whoever filed the complaint. So my question to you is, how do you know the specifics?
I've looked at your financial disclosure reports.
How?
You just do a public records request and they send them to you right away.
That's not true. If, in regards to this complaint, how did you know? How do you know the specifics? Are you the?
I looked at your disclosures and I knew that they didn't foot with certain,
Okay, so that bears the
certain things
question.
that are also on the public record.
Did you file the complaint?
No, I did not file a
Do
complaint.
you know who did file the complaint?
If I did, I would not tell you because there is whistleblower protection for anybody that files a complaint at the OEC. However, what I do know
So again,
at public
folks,
records
let
is
me
that they're not
clarify.
correct.
Since she's asking me the question, so we had, it was, here's what happened. I have four companies. I have Eco Development, I have Eco Investments, Eco Partner Solutions, and Eco Logistics. The three bottom ones, wholly owned subsidiaries of Eco Development. So I put Eco Development, thinking that everything rolls up to that. I had a conversation with the commission. I learned not to do that. Because guess what, folks? My identity is not in politics. It's not, all right? So you can laugh, but I got some rebuttals for you too. But my identity is not in politics, folks. So guess what? I made a mistake, very similar to the mistake that we made on a, what do we like to call this, a $25 million downtown development deal? Remember Keystone compared to CMC? Your response was, I'm still speaking, your response was, oh, well, he owns both of the companies. Well, why were you okay with the clerical error then, but when I do, it's murder one? And then you bring it up in one of the most unprofessional ways that you possibly could, because this is a political witch hunt, and you should be ashamed of yourself for doing it.
Is that all you have about
How do you
the
know the
disclosures?
specifics? How do you know the specifics?
Well, my concern is that I can understand your point about the subsidiaries and you only reported eco developments. That I can understand that if that's the case. But there are real estate investments in downtown Mason that were not disclosed.
And I've mentioned those.
Okay, but they have to
obscene
be
amount of-
disclosed in your Ohio Ethics Commission financial disclosures.
And
That's
I-
important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's.
So have you
It's
corrected
my
that?
office that I leased for 6 years and then bought it. And then, do you want me to go in the story about how I bought a Deso?
No, I
It's
just
a
want to
pretty
know
cool
if you've
story.
corrected
I'm
your
sitting
report.
in my office one day, and the gentleman that owns it, and it used to be a really crappy dry cleaners, walked in my office and said, "Hey, you own this building?" I said, "Well, we're gonna be buying. I'm in a land contract." He goes, "Hey, I'm gonna be selling this. Are you interested?" And guess what, folks? I've invested in downtown since I was 24 years old. I'm 45 now, so that's 21 years. I've owned my business in downtown Mason for 24 years. I am not ashamed that I invest in my own downtown. Why would I be?
Well, I don't want you to be ashamed at all. I just want to make sure that it's properly reported.
And I'm going to.
Because you're voting on matters that affect the downtown area.
And if I ever voted on anything that was contiguous, do you want, so is your suggestion that no one invest in?
No, that is absolutely not the question that I asked you. The question I asked you is, have you reported those properties that you own through your LLCs, your parent, your parent company or your subsidiaries? Have they been reported to the Ohio Ethics Commission in your financial disclosure forms up through 2020?
So they are now.
They are now?
Yeah. And then also, are you the guy that did this? So is there a final disposition with the Ohio Ethics Commission?
You tell me.
No, there's not. I talked to him last week. It's not finished yet. I'm waiting for my letter. When I get my letter, you can have a copy, you can have a copy, and you can have a copy.
Mr. Chance, I asked for this disclosure from Eric Bruce.
Now we found it.
October of 23 of 2021. I have your financial disclosures here. Anybody can get it. It's public record. It's kind of interesting sometimes. You know, no, it's even more interesting than that. Mr. Chance.
Remember,
I
our
hate to
comments
bring
need to
this
go
up.
through the chair.
Mr. Chance, you apparently, by going through, if an individual wants to, they can go to the recorder's office and see who owns property.
I
correct?
agree, yeah.
Right?
Remember, our comments
Okay.
have to go through the chair, counsel.
So, if I may, and you purchased a property on Williams?
Does this have anything to do with the city?
Well, it's very simple.
Yes, it does.
Are you married?
What?
Are you married?
I am married.
Really?
You know what?
This document says
For your
married.
comment
I know, I brought
through
that
the chair,
up. And the
counsel.
people that, and I brought this up with my title attorney, Bruce McGarry. And you want me to bring in Bruce? I asked the exact same question.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing? Is this what you do for fun?
Ms.
No.
Chance, member Chance, sorry.
What?
Member
No.
Bradburn,
Do something more fun than this.
Report the way you should report.
member Bradburn.
Report the way you should, because you know what,
Never.
Mr. Chance? It's a criminal offense, isn't it?
Well, I'm working with him. Walk
It's
your
a
dog.
it's a
Find
criminal
hobby.
offense. It's a criminal offense. My question to Mr. Forbes, Mr. Forbes, I have a legal question for you. Failure to report accurately on an ethics
Okay,
board,
I haven't been
that's
able to
not
hear-
a police matter?
Mayor, if I could.
I'm sorry, I missed a whole bunch because of the distraction of member Nelson, which was not appropriate. All
point of
comments
order.
have to go through the chair. Audience has to be quiet.
Mayor, if we call point of.
Can we
Let's
please-
call this back to order. The reason I have raised concerns about the ethics reports are because, number one, we all have to report properly. Number two, problems have been caused and have been long been brewing over a vote that was taken in 2018 where there was a landlord relationship with the seller of the property in the city's purchase, and that ended up being repealed, but member Chance was a tenant of the property owner that we were going to buy property from. We passed the ordinance, he voted on it, it got repealed, he voted to repeal. Okay. But there are other purchases in downtown Mason, very near areas where we have been voting, which he has voted on, but they're not disclosed to the Ohio Ethics Commission. And I want to make sure that if Member Chance is on council and voting on matters, that he has properly disclosed everything. We all have to do that.
I promise to you, what do you want me to do? I promise to you, moving forward, I learn from my mistake. Is that good?
Okay, that's good. And you said that everything was corrected, but your at latest check, it's not corrected. Those real estate transactions in downtown Mason are not reported on your
They're
2020 ethics
reported
forms.
on eco-development.
But they're not.
That eco-development encompasses all my other subsidiaries.
But you have to report each property. You show that you can do that through another LLC you're a
And I
partner of, which
agree.
is Tri-Leaf.
I learned that.
Okay, so when will it be corrected?
I talked to the commission last Wednesday. She said she was going to try to get me out the letter. I hope to get you that thing as soon as possible.
So you can't go online and just fill out a new form?
No.
Oh, I thought you could. Okay. All right. Anything else on this topic before we
No.
change?
Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
I'll just call point of order. Let's get back to city business.
Yeah.
I would agree with Councilmember Chance that once you submit your report, you cannot amend it. It's a submitted report, and whatever is there is there. It's not amendable.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
my discussion, though, and they're going to let me do that, all right? And I'll prove it. Okay, good.
Awesome.
Good. And we'll go walk dogs together.
But I'll call point of order. Let's get back to city business.
All right. Anybody else have any old, new city business? All right, let's move on to recognition of visitors, item 14.
Hey, what about ethics of paying taxes? Why didn't we bring
Okay, according to the sign-in sheet, we have Julie Womack. That would be next up. She wishes to address council. I want to keep going. Edward Perdue. Donna Chilati. Jennifer Treppel.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council and all the other city staff here who have worked so hard to help our city. Mr. Hanson, I think I heard you say that Halloween at 6 to 8 on Friday, October 31st. I think Sunday is October 31st, so is it?
October 31st.
Okay.
6 to 8, October 31st.
Thank you. Sunday. Councilman.
Every year, October 31st.
6 to 8. Vice Mayor Gilb, you spoke very eloquently about your reasons for passing the Sanctuary City Ordinance. And I just began to wonder, and for all those who were for that ordinance, where does it end? You spoke of preserving life, both before life is born and at the end of life. Does that mean you should also be passing an ordinance to mandate masks or vaccines to preserve life? Does it mean if somebody gets cancer, you are going to mandate that they receive chemotherapy to preserve life? Just where does it end? The postcards that went out this past weekend to many residents were addressed by Mr. Hanson. Thank you for that. I do think that the city needs to take more immediate and stronger action against this. There was a 15-word statement on a city Facebook page saying that privately produced mailings with the city logo are not endorsed by the city. I happened to hear about that, and I had to hunt for it. It was not obvious. The postcards in hand are obvious. I think the city needs to make a much stronger stance that this was not from the city. The city did not endorse their content, and the city did not authorize the use of the city logo. Now, you may say that it's not the city logo, but it is so close, and in the public arena, perception is reality. It is so close that I've heard many residents say, I thought it came from the city. I think we need to see a message on the city website that comes up on the first screen that says that was not endorsed by the city or authorized by the city. I would like to see a message sent to every subscriber to every newsletter that the city has saying the same message. You have a way to call people if there's a missing person or a weather alert. You could do that. I think there needs to be a strong effort to say that this did not come from the city. Ideally, the Warren County Republican PAC, which says it paid for the cards, would send out an apology to everyone who got the cards, but how clever, there's no time to track down who that was or get a mailing prepared and sent before the election. Therefore, the city needs to be as aggressive as possible.
You've come to the end of your allotted time.
If you finished my message, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
And I want to
Pepple.
see something tomorrow.
I think, I don't know, we have the sign-in list, but we're not sure who's here or who's not. So if you wish to speak, if you want to just maybe go stand at the wall, we'll just go down the line.
Are you, for me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Edward Perdue. I live at 301 East Circle Drive in Mason. I'm a 61-year resident of Mason, Ohio. I think we're all grateful and blessed to live in this community. According to Tori Morass and verified by General Flynn, every text, every picture, every message that we've all sent is in possession of the NSA, the DIA, perhaps both. In my opinion, it's time to focus on the Constitution, stand together as people to defend that Constitution. In my opinion, we are in a spiritual battle, and God wins in the end. What a blessing it is to be alive in the world with the collective conscious of everyone vibrating at a higher frequency. World citizens demand human rights, accession to 5D consciousness is our goal. I think everyone's sick and tired of the 3D construct, and they demand change. I'm here to represent an organization called TargetedJustice.com. And according to Richard Lighthouse, over 200,000 American citizens are unjustly targeted. So the targeted justice lawsuits will be, in my opinion, rolled into Nuremberg Code. I want to thank everyone for hearing my concerns tonight. I encourage everyone to check out TargetedJustice.com, VaccineImpact.com, and TorySays.com. One America, one Constitution, under God. Thank you for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you for your thoughtfully prepared remarks, Mr. Perdue. It was a pleasure to have you. Welcome, Ms. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Hi, I'm Kaya Rossi. My address is 3264 Palomino Trail. Unfortunately, I'm back again. School tomorrow. I just had a few things that I wanted to say. So, first of all, someone mentioned Maya Collins when they were speaking about their pro-life perspective, and I just want to say that that was absolutely disrespectful, and you have no right to speak about that family and use them as a political ploy when they would not support that. So I hope you are ashamed of yourself, because that family is my family, and they do not deserve any more hurt than they have already been through. So keep her name out of your opinions. And then also just as a Jewish queer woman, tonight has confirmed that I am not valued here. All of you using your religion, you're better than us, and you have the right to judge me for who I am. Really, shake your head. Do you believe in the death penalty? Please answer. Either. Honor law. Okay, great answer. So very pro-life. I mean, and also your friend who proposed this bill, I saw her picture. I don't know exactly what she did, but obviously you have some relationship with her. She was sitting behind me at the last meeting when someone said that you could abort a baby at birth. And I talked to her about it a little bit, and she genuinely believed that. So we looked at the bill together, and she realized that that wasn't true. So do you know about abortion at all? Do you know about the laws at all? It's so concerning, as a citizen, to see that. So I cannot wait to get out of here. That has been the general consensus, but you have no right to judge anyone else. You work for us. Have some respect. Look me in the eyes when I'm speaking. We can't even do that. And then these are the people that are preaching, respect everyone. Everyone's political opinions, even though you're oppressing me, with your decisions, and you're oppressing people of color and black women and everything. Okay, cool. Well, as a minority religion and as a queer woman, I will speak for myself that I do not feel welcomed here. Your schools do not welcome us. It's ridiculous, and I don't need the fake pity smiles. But it's just, you have no respect for anyone that came up here and told their story. You gave them fake smiles just like you're giving me.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you've come to the end of your allotted time.
Andrew Elliott, 6749 Midnight Sun Drive. I'm 17. I'm in high school. Why am I here? It's a school night. I have to finish college applications. I'm here fighting for fundamental rights. Not even for me, I'm a man. I have to fight for other people's rights, but that's the least of my points. I wouldn't degrade your intelligence by insinuating that you wrote that bill. I know you didn't. You were handed it by the Texans, and I honestly don't even know if you read it. A lot of what was said, I doubt it. But obviously, they failed their high school government class. But as someone who did pass their high school government class recently, I think I might be able to help. So, first of all, the Supreme Court does decide what is constitutional. I know you don't like that, but they do. I'm sorry. And given, I could have taken a wrong turn. I might be in talking to the Supreme Court, but I don't see any robes, so I'm going to assume no. Next, judicial review does allow the Supreme Court to strike down a law. They've had that power since before the Constitution was ratified. It was first codified under the Constitution in 1803 during the presidency of Thomas Jefferson, whose Secretary of State was James Madison. I think one of those two people, the prime contributors to the Constitution, would have said something if they disagreed. But once again, let's move on, because I don't have much time. Undue burden. We know where that comes from, or at least any of us who are paying attention. It's Planned Parenthood v. Casey. Let's talk about what is undue burden. Do you think being scared to talk to your mother is undue burden? Ask for money, ask for bus fare. Is that undue burden? Being scared that you might be a street off of where the Mason Police Department's jurisdiction ends when you're driving back to a town that is not Mason from an abortion clinic because you have those drugs. You can be arrested. I feel like those things are undue burdens. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just crazy in that. But I do.
Did you read the legislation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because we actually addressed that. First Amendment rights are not limited in any way. We'll give him his time, Mrs. Kopak, don't worry. First Amendment rights aren't limited in any way, and we're only talking about abortion that takes place in the city of Mason, not driving someone, I promise. We went over this very carefully, I promise you. And I know you've probably heard a lot about that, and maybe you misunderstood when you read it, but I promise you, because I really care and I want you to know, that it does not prohibit First Amendment rights in the city of Mason at all. But go ahead and you can continue, and we're keeping track of your time.
I would just like to respond to that really quickly. You might interpret it that way. That's not what the law says. And this law, it scarily might outlast you, because your predecessor doesn't have to respect the First Amendment, because this law doesn't respect the First Amendment. You can claim you feel that it does, and that's what you think it does. I'm sorry that your predecessor might not feel that way. And let's be honest, you're not getting reelected after this. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. But that's not spelled out in the law. Maybe it should be. And then I will quote, they should be treated and ostracized as such, as criminals. That's the bill from there. And that would almost be amusing to me if it wasn't so deeply despotic. Because you're not trying to enforce law and order or trying to keep the peace. You're trying to rule these people. And I say rule. You're not running, you're not administrating this town. You're trying, you want to be able to point at a group you dislike.
Sir,
Have
you've
people.
come to the end of your allotted time. Can you give
thank
time to the next guest,
Thank you.
please? I did.
Yes, we did.
I did.
All right, then in that case, the last thing I say, I have a question. I have some questions for,
Sir,
just for the
we have
people.
other guests. Could we-
I know, I'm sorry. Just for the people who voted no. Were you loved as a child? And I don't expect answers to these. Were you loved as a child? Did you have food on the table? Did you?
Mr. Elliott, we're out of time. It's time to move on to our next guest, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Please spare a smile for the children who won't be as fortunate.
Not appropriate. Please wait your turn. It's Mr. Lertzman's turn. Please come on up, Mr. Lertzman.
Okay, I'm going to be a little bit different. I'm Al Lertzman, 7343 Red Oak Court here in Mason, and I'm not going to flog the dead horse other than to say, unfortunately, we went through all of this for the last several weeks, and you know very well that with the vote having been only 4, this will be a referendum, which means it's going to go on for weeks and weeks more, if not months. That being said, I'm curious about Ordinance 2021-111. $2.8 million is what the city is putting out, 2.1 to purchase, plus an additional 0.7 for the other uses. Is that correct?
Give me a moment, I want to double check my numbers. My
I understand it's
eyes are
late.
great right now.
While he's looking at that, first of all, I'm really happy to see something finally happening there. Okay, I'm a resident of Oakwood Lakes. Until Alberta was built, we were the next over from the golf course, and we were following all the development that was supposed to occur, and then nothing. There was a mention of vertical parking and vertical offices. I take it that means a parking garage with several stories? Is that accurate?
Yep, I can, 2.8, 2.1 for the property. I'm going back to you for
Yeah.
that, I'm sorry. 500,000 for joint infrastructure. We're buying part of
Okay.
it, so we're sharing some of those costs. And then 200,000 for a business attraction incentive program.
Okay.
The city's ambitions for the city purchased is vertical to maximize green space. So yes, it'd be vertical parking. That could be parking garages. It could be parking with office on top or.
Any feel for how tall that will be? And has any consideration been given to possibly putting the parking underneath?
Yes, that, when we say vertical parking, it could be any of those.
Okay.
The intent is to maximize green space. and
Right.
Have a lot of.
Okay, as a resident, I would vote for as much underground as possible to keep from developing a skyline, if you will.
Keep in mind, I just want to emphasize, those are the city's ambitions, why we're
Right.
purchasing it. There's no tenant, there is no, that's not unlike when we purchased property to the north of town. It was an investment anticipating development in the future.
Okay.
So those plans are ambitions is the best way.
I was also happy to hear that the proposal, the idea is to have less apartments, reduce the residential density. Now, slightly different question. The property near the Lindner Center, where the stub was built off the new I-71 entrance exit ramp, is there anything happening with that property at this point?
Oh, no, they have no plans before the city.
Okay, there's nothing at this point. Okay, so that's still on hold. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lertzman. Come on up, madam.
So this is my first ever council meeting, so
Welcome.
I'm a little shaky. It has been an intense evening and an eye-opener for me. So this is incredible work you do, and I appreciate your time and work for this.
Thank you. Could we have your name and address?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Vishaka Manek. My address is 5596 Winding Cape Way, Mason. And I'm here on a different note. I'm not going to be talking about any of the issues that are going on here. I represent the Hindu community of Mason, and I want to read you a statement of representing my community here, because as you know, Mason is very diverse as far as our citizens and our residents are So I migrated to the United States from England about 29 years ago and have been living in Mason ever since. For the first time in our nation, more than 10 states, including Ohio, have declared October 2021 as a Hindu Heritage Month. Today, we are requesting you that our Mason City Council do the same and declare October as a Hindu Heritage Month. It is estimated that there are about 6 million Hindus in the US, or about 2% of the US population. The majority have migrated from India, the rest from Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Indonesia, Trinidad, and other countries. No matter where Hindus migrated from, we are law-abiding citizens and peaceful in nature. Our beliefs, values, and everything about us is expressed by the word Hindutva. Hindutva literally means the essence of being a Hindu. It is our identity. We believe in oneness in all, and truth is one. Therefore, we respect and accept all faiths, believe in living in harmony and mutual respect with people of different cultures and faiths and races. Hindutva epitomizes self-reliance, freedom of choice, and a sense of responsibility towards our nation and its future. American Hindus have excelled in every field: science, technology, engineering, medicine, law, education, and other fields. We have started businesses, created jobs, and joined the armed forces to defend our great nation. American Hindus today form one of the highest earning and educated community in our nation. Now the second and third generation of American Hindus are carrying forward their parents' and grandparents' cultural traditions, education, and hard work.
Ma'am.
We are proud.
My apologies.
I'm almost finished.
Okay.
Can I just 20 seconds?
20
Thank you.
seconds.
Yeah. We are proud to be American citizens. In closing, we request that you join us in celebrating and recognizing October as 2021 as a Hindu Heritage Month, this year and in future. I thank you for your time and opportunity to express our views. And I have a copy, if I can pass them. I don't have a lot, but I got about 6 or 7.
Well, thank you. We
Thank
can
you.
make copies. Yes, we'd love to see that. Thank you for your presentation.
Mayor, if I could be heard on this point, I know it's October 25th. I don't,
But I just, it is at the end of the month, but I still wanted to let you all know that this is going on. I would appreciate it if we could have some recognition.
so it looks like the state of Ohio has already issued a proclamation.
But because we have a diverse Indian population residing in Mason, I thought it was appropriate that I come and at least talk to you and
Well, I love that you did. Would it be appropriate to entertain a motion
I was
to this effect?
Director, if we could do by motion. Certainly. So I would make a motion that we recognize October 2021 as Hindu Heritage Month in the city of Mason.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Do we need to call the roll? All right, our staff will be in touch, and we will get a document to you to commemorate. And thank you for coming to see us. What a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying so late, too. It's just such a blessing. Thank you.
Real quick, nothing I've said before, promise.
Glad to have you back, Susan.
Yeah. I would like to add on to what my husband talked about with the golf course. I would like to say that I live in the landing at Oakwood Lakes. We used to have deer and rabbits and all sorts of animals. When Alberta came in, they took the trees, they took the land, and we now have no animals. What are you going to do for the wonderful animals that we have now smushed into the golf course, ex-golf course, through various ways? I'd like to know if the city is going to do anything to help the animals retain any kind of habitat at all, because that's really important to me. I miss them.
Well, this is, and I hate to raise the expectations with this, this is still preliminary. The developer of the bulk of the acreage there still needs to go through planning commission, go through all that process, fine tune his plans. This is really kind of a initial financial terms to allow them to start that process on this.
Plans that need to be brought up, do they include habitat?
There's no requirement for habitat. There is an intent on green space and a lower density. So like I mentioned, previous developments that developers had proposed and could have pushed forward had much higher densities for humans, which would have meant less possibility for animals. The city's intent on the acreage we're buying would be office development, but with a focus on green space. There's nothing I can tell you as far as preserving or constructing habitats for wildlife.
Can you go to the podium? Thank you. Well, we can hear you, but the ICRC probably can't.
So, yeah. Darn it, you got in the middle of me, and what was I saying?
Well, we were talking about the habitat, and you were saying manicured
green space. Thank you. The green space, I assume, is like manicured green space. It's gonna be like city park kind of thing rather than wild area for the deer.
Like I said, there are no tenants, there's no development. That is probably the ambition, is what you would see at a high-end office development. I can't tell you that there's any preserving of wild or green space, but neither can I speak for the developer.
I realize you can't speak for the developer. I appreciate that. I guess my thought is if it isn't brought up at this time, this early, there's no hope. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your
Love you.
perspective on that. We love him too. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tricia Hilton Mills, and I live at 535 Shawnee Lane in Mason, Ohio. I'm a mom to my biological children who I carried and birthed physically, and I'm a wife and a nurse. My statement was a little more pertinent earlier in the evening. I understand that you are not equating your judgment with constitutional law, your light-hearted manner with which you've chosen to pass something that is a scourge brought forth by a gentleman that you brought into our town and supported by different groups sowing division has done just that. Writing in dissent in Gonzalez v. Carhart, legal challenges to undue restrictions on abortion access center on women's autonomy to determine her life's course and thus enjoy equal citizenship stature, stated Justice Ginsburg in response to Justice Kennedy's opinion regarding the need for men to protect and be guardians of the perceived biologically weaker women. Justice Ginsburg emphasized the decision whether or not to bear a child is central to a woman's life and to her well-being and dignity. When government controls that decision for her, she is being treated as less than a fully adult human responsible for her own choices. Justice Ginsburg Ginsburg responded. This way of thinking reflects ancient and long discredited notions about a woman's place in the family and under the Constitution, that women are timid, delicate, and the female sex evidently unfit for many of the occupations of civil life. The paramount destiny and mission of women are to fulfill the noble and benign offices of wife and mother. Men were there to care for and protect women. She called out the court of 5 men, similar to our court here. I'm sorry you're a city council, but I feel that you've stood in judgment of me. Men are not our guardians. The male justice's opinion treated women as lesser, as needing guardianship like children. The ordinance, when read in full, takes away a woman's full rights to autonomy as a citizen. Sexism that is foundational to abortion restrictions. Discrimination based on sex is illegal, and the rights are federally protected. I'm currently being discriminated based on my sex. If women are not represented, how can the city continue to tax them? I know it is a fond Republican statement. No taxation without representation. Let's throw some tea in the harbor. Well, I'm just pissed that you want to be in my uterus, or even think about my daughter in that way. If the federal government has allotted women full citizenship, how does a group of minor league, mostly white male, ring-led by a hateful, vindictive, gender-traitorous female political ladder-climbing mayor see fit to attempt to legislate this? Why, if my city doesn't view me as a woman, fully functioning, autonomous woman, then can tax me? Do not come for me. Do not come for my family. There is no abortion performed in Mason, but if that's your goal, this is how you get it. Piss off women, and we'll bring it here. By the way, medication abortions are only approved for 10 weeks and under.
Ma'am, could you
Separation of
allow our
church
other
and state.
candidate to speak?
Stop legislating discrimination and hate in Mason.
Sir, come on up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Eric Schneiderman. I live at 3523 Surrey Lane. You've heard my wife speak, you've heard my daughter speak, and I moved here with my wife 18 years ago because of the schools, because I thought this was a good place to raise a family. If anything positive has come out of these meetings, it's that we're seeing young kids that are willing to come in here and get involved in politics. And I'd like to give this gentleman here my time to finish saying what he wanted to say before. So I'm going to yield my time. Thank you.
Sir, I'm so sorry, but we have not done that all night, and if we change course now, it's a problem, and so we're not going to be able to have him accept your time. I'm so sorry. We're just giving every person 3 minutes total, one time.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Wait a minute.
You're going to ask me the questions, and I'll ask them.
Wait a minute, guys. Come on.
I'm speaking.
Well,
My
you
name is
haven't
Kim.
been acknowledged by the chair, and you haven't
Well,
been
then please
called up.
acknowledge me, and let's
So let's try to solve this problem without, more problems. Let's put it that way. Is there been recognized that wishes to be recognized during recognition of visitors? Let's do that first of all. But we run into issues when
Let me just go to this.
grant special opportunities that we didn't grant to everyone else. Okay, so I don't think anyone else is asking to be recognized. So if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Kim Chambers, 8221 Russet Lane, Apartment E, Mainville, Ohio. And just quickly reading through this, I think these are all very valid questions. I have some final questions to ask the City Council here. For those of you that are against this law, these words are not for you. Did your parents love you? Did you have food every day? How many times did the power go out in your home for weeks or months at a time because your parents didn't have the money to pay the bills? How many of you were beaten or orphaned? When you grin and pat yourselves on the back for passing this ordinance, make sure to spare an extra big smile for all those children that'll be less fortunate than you were because of this act. But hey, many of those children will not survive long enough to learn to hate you for what you did here today. So perhaps that will make the smile easier. I know that my words will not discourage you from your course. You think you're doing the right thing, and that is commendable. I wonder if that thought will make it any easier to bear people spitting your names with bile on their tongues and disgust in their hearts for the rest of the time. I know I will be one of the very few that happens to be able to say to them, I was there, and to tell them your legacy deserves every drop of that bile and disgust they can muster. As someone who has taught Head Start, has listened to parents say in front of me, in front of their child, because they were not able to get an abortion, they did not believe in abortion, they didn't want their child. They said in front of their children, I do not want you. What kind of life is that, living with somebody who does not want you, as unashamed of it? Please, stay in your lane.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. And thank you for your kindness to our student here that came in. Mr. Elliott, thank you. All right, if no one else wishes to be recognized, it's time for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. Good night.